What is everybody? Welcome back to the Transparency Sunday all day. 54 pages here. The Karen Reed amended complaints, part 1. Well. 54 pages. Karen Reed, plaintiff versus Michael Proctor in his personal capacity. Yuri, Lieutenant Brian Tully, again, all three of those in their personal capacity. The town of Canton, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Higgins. House defendants. What is up? Well, Karen Reed did not kill her then boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe. Rather, in early morning hours of January 29th, Mr. O'Keefe was killed in defendants Brian and Nicole Albert's home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton in an altercation during a late night house party. With the other defendants, collectively the house defendants, after a night of heavy drinking. Ooh, boy. Boom. Right there. The House defendants responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death, some of whom had professional experience with police investigations, concocted a plan immediately after the altercation to avoid culpability and to frame Karen Reed, rather than call first responders to help. Among other actions, the House defendants conducted a Google search for information about how long to die in the cold. Again, rather than call first responders for help, among other actions, the House defendants, it doesn't say Jennifer McCabe, but they're just like collectively, we're going to call these people the House defendants. But hey, the House defendants conducted a Google search for information about how long to die in the cold, in quotes. Then they moved Mr. O'Keefe's body outside and placed him on the Alberts' front lawn near the road to make it look like Mr. O'Keefe was hit by a vehicle and that he died in the snow without ever coming into the house that night. Mr. O'Keefe, his body remained on the Alberts' lawn until Karen Reed found him later that morning. From the beginning, investigators from the Massachusetts State Police allowed the House defendants to direct the investigation away from themselves and towards Miss Reed. My question with that one, with number 3, is, from the beginning, investigators from MSP allowed the House defendants to direct the investigation away from themselves. What about Canton Police Department? The House defendants were a well-connected and close social group with strong ties to law enforcement. The Alberts are a prominent family in Canton, and the investigating police officers knew them well. The lead investigator for the Massachusetts State Police, Michael Proctor, grew up in Canton and resides there to this day. He has been and remains close personal friends with the Albert family. House defendant Brian Albert was a longtime Boston Police Department officer, and House defendant Brian Higgins was an agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, Explosives. Adhering to the unwritten rule of protecting their own, Proctor and his MSP colleagues intentionally disregarded the obvious and compelling evidence tying the House defendants to Mr. O'Keefe's murder. Again, I think it starts with Canton. Specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a physical altercation. He had bruises and lacerations on his face and a deep gash to the back of the head, suggesting that he was punched and fell backwards, hitting his head on a rigid surface. He also had dog bite wounds and scratches on his right arm and forearm. Equally evident, Mr. O'Keefe did not have a single injury consistent with being struck by a vehicle. We've all heard that. Now, despite that Proctor and his other shielded the House defendants by initially and intentionally sidestepping fundamental investigatory procedures. Well, that could be said about the Canton Police Department. Propelled by the House defendants' false statements. Now, again, according to the House defendants, they didn't give false statements when anything was incorrect. It was due to, writing like Lank. I didn't say that. Lank put that in there, Speaking of Lank, he is on the list of. Is he on the list of depositions? I don't believe so. Lank is not being deposed. Not yet, anyways. So, again, propelled by the House defendants' false statements, including that Mr. O'Keefe never went into the house. Proctor reported in text messages just hours into the investigation that the House defendants were going to get any shit for this because he's Brian Albert's a Boston cop, and that Proctor was determined to make the investigation cut and dry by bringing charges against the girl. Proctor reported in text messages just hours. I think I just said that. Indeed, Proctor made his intentions clear in writing, Karen Reed had zero chance of skating. She's fucked. This pronouncement was a mere 16 hours after Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered on the Alberts front lawn. I think that that's really damning. Really damning. And Proctor had not even walked into the house, let alone investigated inside the house. True to his promise, Proctor and his colleagues did not search the house for blood evidence resulting from the gash to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, or for fingerprints, or for DNA evidence. Proctor did not search the house despite the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was discovered without a winter coat. Now, that's going to be interesting because you have, what's his name, fucking Nuttall, saying that O'Keefe had that winter jacket on. Now we can wonder why that ever came about and out of his mouth. Well, because that would give Proctor some I was told that he did have a winter jacket on. So again, Proctor did not search the house despite the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was discovered without a winter coat, without the hat that several witnesses said he had been wearing that night, and without his left shoe. Now, the hat really wasn't talked about until a little bit later, but the shoe definitely, you know what I mean? As far as what people would have been talking about right then and there in the early morning hours. At Proctor's direction, the house was never processed by a criminalist or even photographed. No member of the Massachusetts State Police, including Proctor, set foot inside 34 Fairview for nearly a week. The police did not examine or take evidence from the Alberts German Shepherd that was in the house on January 29th, a dog that had a history of attacking other dogs and people. Neither Proctor nor any of the Massachusetts State troopers conducted physical examinations of the house defendants for evidence of involvement in the altercation, such as marks on their knuckles or face or bruises on their body. They did not seize or search the House defendant's phones except that which belonged to Jennifer McCabe, who turned her phone over only after making settings changes to the phone on February 2nd, 2022. It's interesting to say setting changes. Settings changes. They conducted only perfunctory, unrecorded conversations with Proctor's friends and acquaintances without any attempt to corroborate their stories. They permitted would-be witnesses to communicate with each other and coordinate their stories before any formal interviews. They allowed critical evidence to be manipulated in some instances and outright destroyed in others. In short, by focusing the investigation solely on Miss Reed as implicitly directed by the House defendants through the misrepresentations they made to police, Proctor and his colleagues disregarded and failed to obtain pertinent interviews and other critical evidence from the House defendants that cannot now be recovered or recreated. Proctor also secretly communicated with the Alberts on his personal phone, deliberately back-channeling those communications to circumvent his state-issued device and used his sister. He used his sister. For instance, on multiple occasions, Proctor disclosed critical and confidential information about the investigation to his sister, who passed that information to her close friend, Julie Albert, Brian Albert's sister-in-law. So, again, they're going to be able to prove this. Julie Albert then passed that same information on to the rest of the family and the House defendants. Part of these communications included Julie Albert's promise to buy Proctor a thank you gift for handling this investigation in a manner that intentionally avoided implicating the House defendants. Now, I don't know why Julie Albert would be buying a gift for anybody. Hey, thanks so much for helping everybody else out. And just focusing on Karen Reed. Proctor then went so far as to manufacture evidence to ensure that Miss Reed, not his friends and fellow law enforcement officers, was blamed for Mr. O'Keefe's death. This included planting evidence at the scene. So Proctor planting evidence at the scene on Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and on Miss Reed's vehicle to support the false narrative that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car, even though he knew Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were inconsistent with a motor vehicle strike and consistent with a physical altercation and dog attack. Now, again, my opinion on that is I just don't believe it was Proctor that did the planting. I believe that, that's coming from, like I said, your Higgins, your, people that had access also to that, Sallyport. But hey, it makes sense. Proctor was the one that was fired. Yada, yada, yada. Far from conducting an objective investigation with integrity, Proctor personally sexualized and dehumanized Miss Reed throughout the investigation. And so we know all about that. Okay. Indeed, Mr. Proctor's supervisors, they all knew about that. And so we're going to skip here to relying on manufactured evidence. Number 12, relying on manufactured evidence, actively ignoring exculpatory evidence, and without investigating obvious signs pointing towards the House defendants. The Commonwealth secured 2 separate arrest warrants for Miss Reed and a knowingly baseless indictment against her, and then wrongfully prosecuted her for murder twice. Again, I've always asked this about, why did they have a Franks? As alleged below, These unlawful acts not only underlie plaintiff's meritless wrongful death claims against Miss Reed, but they also form the foundation for Miss Reed's claims against the defendants. These acts violated Miss Reed's state and federal constitutional rights, the Massachusetts Civil Rights Act, and well-established Massachusetts tort principles. On June 18th, 2025, after a 2-month trial, a jury rejected the Commonwealth's theory in part because the overwhelming physical, scientific, and medical evidence established that Miss Reed's vehicle did not strike Mr. O'Keefe and that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries did not come from a vehicle strike. Although Miss Reed was ultimately and finally acquitted of all charges related to the death of Mr. O'Keefe, Proctor was fired, and nearly every MSP officer in Proctor's chain of command was disciplined. Number 14 here. In response, the Commonwealth has offered only empty platitudes instead of solutions. So we have some quotes there. Basically, what the fuck have you done for Miss Reed? These hollow words do nothing to right the devastating wrongs that have been visited on Miss Reed. Colonel Noble's words confess a sickness deep in the marrow of the Massachusetts State Police, but offer no remedy, no medicine, no relief to someone so brutally victimized by it. So those are all the words. On March 19th, woo, that's my birthday, bitches. When I saw that, I was like, hell yeah. Little ringy ring. Kick it off my birthday celebration on the 17th, as always. St. Patrick's Day this Tuesday. Let's go. On March 19th, following the public disclosure of Proctor's illegal and unethical conduct related to the Reed investigation, the Massachusetts State Police's trial board found Michael Proctor guilty of a Class A violation, which included that he was biased in his dealings with a homicide suspect and or brought otherwise himself and the Massachusetts State Police into disrepute. Yeah. Miss Reed's life was not merely turned upside down by the Massachusetts State Police and the House defendants' misconduct. It was forever changed by the defendants' transgressions and wrongdoing. The years of uncertainty and unimaginable emotional distress have left long-lasting scars that will never heal. I agree. Can't imagine. Can't fucking imagine. At that same time, neither Mr. O'Keefe nor his family has received justice. His killer or killers still walk free. By asserting her claims against Massachusetts State Police, Proctor, his supervisors, the town of Canton, and the House defendants, Miss Reed seeks, at minimum, to confront and redress these wrongs and others. More importantly, she seeks to force the Commonwealth to fulfill its duty to stop law enforcement from trampling the innocent to protect their own. Love it. Love it. Now, the parties in this case, we're going to go ahead and skip that. We know who they are. Facts common to all counts. Before his death, this is number 27 here. Before his death, Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed were dating. That is fact. On the evening of January 28th, 2022, Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed went out for the night. They first went to CF McCarthy's in Canton, where they had several drinks. They then went to the Waterfall Bar in Canton. There, they met up with a group of acquaintances, including Brian Albert. We all know this. The group of acquaintances had several drinks and planned to continue the party back at the Alberts' home in Canton at 34 Fairview Road. Now, I have a question about that because it says here, it says the acquaintances had several drinks and planned to continue the party back at the Alberts' home in Canton at 34 Fairview Road. House defendant Jennifer McCabe told John O'Keefe that he should come to the house. Okay, that's going to be very, very important, in my opinion, to establish the fact that Miss Reed was not, and I think it's going to help. The person that's really going to help with this, in my opinion, is Kolakithis's. Karen Reed wanted to eat. She was starving. She was hungry, right? She wanted to eat. She wanted to go and get pizzas at D&E, okay? So Brian Albert has already claimed, like, we didn't invite Karen, but I mean, they would have been invited, but we didn't invite them. They've already said that under oath, which is good. So it's going to come up about, and what's also going to help is when John writes, where to? Okay. I think that that's going to help. Meaning that Karen Reed didn't get this invite at the bar. Okay. But I think the Kolakithis are going to be really, really instrumental in that. I do. So I think it's important. So Karen Reed's over here like, I want to go grab food. I want to eat. And so let's go. Now, House defendant Jennifer McCabe told John O'Keefe that he should come to the house. That he should come to the house. Very interesting how that's worded. That he should come to the house. Now, the group had overlapping social relationships. At the time, Brian Albert was a Boston police officer, as was Mr. O'Keefe, though that they did not know each other well. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were close friends, and you're going to want to establish that. And I think it would really help to look at Sarah Levinson's test, to look at Sarah Levinson, what she actually told the police about who was at that house prior to anybody leaving to go to the bars that night. And Sarah Levinson said, and it was recorded, it was written in a police report, that she saw Brian Higgins at the house earlier. I think that that's really important. Now, Higgins resided in Canton for many years through January of 2022. Higgins resided in Canton for many years through January of 2022 and was an officer with the ATF. I thought that he did not live in Canton. I'm confused by Higgins resided in Canton for many years. Through January of 2022, he moved. Is that what happened? Like he ended up moving? Because Karen Reed was not visiting him in Canton and was an officer with the ATF. He was also permitted to keep an office at the Canton Police Department alongside Brian Albert's brother, Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert. Kevin Albert is set to be deposed. So we're going to have our first experience with Kevin Albert. He made no appearance in any of the trials. Surprising. Also, I would have called Berkowitz to the stand, but they never did that, and now Berkowitz is no longer with us. So Kevin Albert had a professional and social relationship with Michael Proctor as well as with Brian Higgins. Exactly right there. Kevin Albert and Brian Higgins, they were closer than Brian and Brian. Higgins had been on a road trip with both Brian and Kevin Albert in the days preceding January 29, 2022. Brian and Nicole's Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., and his friends were already at the house for Brian Jr.'s birthday party. In addition, Colin Albert, Brian Albert's nephew, was present. Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe had never been to the house before January 29th, 2022. I think it's really important. It's a really important piece. It's highlighted here for me. They arrived in front of the Alberts' home around 12:20 a.m. and I about died. Okay, now. Okay. Well, Lana, how do you feel about that? Well, the first thing I feel about it is at 12:20 a.m. nobody was at John O'Keefe wasn't at 34 Fairview yet. But they're going to say that the Waze application is off. It's not the right time, right? And I'm just like, what? You guys, they have a recorded phone call that begins, okay, at 12:18 in 52 seconds, 12:19 and 6 seconds between Jen and John and whatever. I don't know why they wanted to go ahead and put 12:20 there, but that's what they're putting down. Okay. And they're saying that, like, yeah, then John got out of the car like that. But here's where the problem lies. Their timeline doesn't even make any sense. Okay. But whatever, we're just going to read as. So I'm shocked that they're using that. They arrived in front of the Alberts home around 12:20 a.m. Unless they're going to come with, and I think that they should, what they thought was Albert's home at 12:20 a.m. You get what I'm saying? Because then this would make a shit ton of sense. Miss Reed was reluctant to attend the party for several reasons, including that she was unsure whether they were at the correct location. Ding, ding, ding. There you go. So I like that. Exactly. I was like, okay, I can get down with that. And whether they were even welcome to the late night party. There would have been not just one call with Jen, but two, the 12:14 call and the 12:18 call. But she's confused that they're invited. Mr. O'Keefe got out of Miss Reed's SUV and indicated that he would check out the party and report back to her. That's what they're going with. Mr. O'Keefe walked toward the front door / garage door area of the house and entered one of the two doors. According to another saying, one of the two doors, in my opinion, they're talking about either the garage door or that side, not like the one that's right, not like the main front one. According to O'Keefe's Apple Health data, his final steps covered just enough distance to get from the foot of the driveway and into the house or garage. What? That's a really awkward way to say that because John O'Keefe doesn't take his final steps at 12:20. His final steps come at 12:32. You understand? I don't like that, but whatever. A period of time passed without any word from Mr. O'Keefe. A period of time. What's that? How long? Miss Reed, who was still hesitant to join, presumed that Mr. O'Keefe intended to stay, and therefore she left to go home without him. Fuck you, John, you fucking pervert. Nobody knows where you are. Get out of here. At some point after entering the house / garage, Mr. O'Keefe was involved in a physical altercation either inside the house or garage. During that altercation, the Alberts German Shepherd attacked him, and Mr. O'Keefe sustained multiple dog bites and scratches on his right arm. He also suffered an incapacitating countercoops wound on the back of his head. Mr. O'Keefe's head wound was caused by falling backward and striking a ridged surface. Like a plow. The Albert's garage contains such surfaces. By contrast, the head wound could not have been caused by a vehicle strike or falling backward onto a flat, cold lawn like the Alberts. .34 here. Because of their knowledge of criminal investigations, the Alberts, the McCabe's, and Higgins, these are the House defendants, they knew that calling for medical care to help save Mr. O'Keefe's life would trigger immediate and irreversible risk of their own criminal exposure. Therefore, at least the five of them, at least the five of them, that's to save Turtle Boy. Therefore, at least the five of them agreed on a simple plan to exonerate themselves and implicate Miss Reed. A simple plan. They would tell anyone who inquired that Mr. O'Keefe never entered the house and hid evidence that he was there, including his body. God, they didn't pay attention to any of that digital evidence, did they? Sometime during the night, they repositioned a Ford Edge vehicle, a Ford Edge, at a spot adjacent to the front lawn. I personally believe it was Nicole's. It wasn't, I said, nope, Nicole's caddies, what I would say, because it's missing from the driveway. So, but hey, they can't get off this Ford Edge, even though the evidence just doesn't. A Ford Edge vehicle at a spot adjacent to the front lawn, which obscured the view of that area of the lawn from potential passerby. At some point further in the night, they carried or dragged Mr. O'Keefe's body to the same area in the yard, close to where one or more of them later claimed Miss Reed dropped off Mr. O'Keefe earlier that night. The plan was devised to make it appear that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck by Miss Reed's vehicle and then died as a result of exposure to the cold. So they are going with the fact that this is a plan from jump and that it was like immediately we are blaming Karen Reed. This wasn't something where it was like we're going to change our course, at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. And, it was always Reed. So again, at some point further in the night, they carried or dragged Mr. O'Keefe's body to that same area in the yard, close to where one or more of them later claimed Miss Reed dropped off Mr. O'Keefe earlier that night. The plan was devised to make it appear that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck by Miss Reed's vehicle and then died as a result of exposure to the cold. Now, I'm telling you, the way that this was written, I'm telling you right now, how it says where they would later claim that. I'm ready for this hammer to come down and for Karen and her team to pop off and talk about the fact that, yeah, Karen had never been to that house where she thought she dropped John off was not actually that house. I'm telling you, you do that and it's amazing. Now, Mr. O'Keefe was either dead when the House defendants left him on the Alberts lawn, or he died shortly thereafter. After the physical altercation, Higgins left the house and drove to the Canton Police Department in the middle of the night. He later told investigators he had to do some administrative work, but then changed his story subsequently, stating that he drove to the station because he had to move cars in the parking lot due to the snowstorm, even though he could have done that earlier in the evening when he was at the station to drop off Kevin Albert. However, video from inside the station shows Higgins walking down the hallway. Oh, fuck. Entering offices while wearing a hoodie to obscure his face. Surveillance video outside reveals Higgins transporting a large bag from one vehicle to another, driving away. After leaving the police station, Higgins and Brian Albert continued to coordinate their stories by calling each other multiple times in the early morning hours. So that's something new. Remember, we were like, who's he on the phone with at 1:40? Are they saying that was Brian Albert? And ultimately spoke with each other. So they were calling each other multiple times in the early morning hours. Okay, because they're coordinating their stories, but then you use the words and ultimately spoke with each other on their cell phones at 2:22 a.m. Later, both Brian Albert and Higgins denied the existence of these phone calls. And then when confronted with their existence by a separate law enforcement agency, a non-MSP and non-CPD law enforcement agency, at a separate proceeding, they coordinated the same exact lie, falsely claiming that the multiple calls, answers, and hangups were all just butt dials. That's where, for me, we have an issue. Okay? However, 5 minutes after the Higgins-Albert call, Miss McCabe performed a Google search on her phone at 2:27 a.m. They're going to, die on this hill that house long to die in the cold happened, misspelling the first word. Again, I personally do believe that it was a glitch, and I personally believe that that it needs to be looked into for other people that were ever, found guilty from the fucking Google shit. Or, vice versa, like switch it up. Now, Miss Reed this is where they start for Miss Reed's searches for Mr. O'Keefe. Okay. Miss Reed began the search for Mr. O'Keefe on January 29th, just before 5 a.m. when she awoke and realized he had not returned home. They leave out every mention about her calling all those times. Okay. No mentions about that. No mentions about the voicemails. Okay. She phoned House Defendant Jennifer McCabe, who already knew exactly what happened to Mr. O'Keefe. This is just pure. Okay. McCabe insisted. Now, ready for this? McCabe insisted that Miss Reed drive to McCabe's house rather than to 34 Fairview Road, which Miss Reed did. Now, they're leaving out a section here, which is like Miss Reed actually left and went to the waterfall bar. So, at the exact same minute Miss Reed left Mr. O'Keefe's home, 5:07 a.m., at the exact same minute, Miss McCabe made a 38-second phone call to her sister, Nicole Albert, at 34 Fairview. Nicole Albert said she was asleep until her sister came in her bedroom. When confronted with the call artifact at trial, she claimed not to have any knowledge of this call. Now, the only way that you can tell if she actually answered it, you need the incoming person's phone logs. So they're going to need to get the call logs from Nicole Albert. Or if they already got that and the FBI did it, then okay. But you need the incoming persons, because it could be that Jennifer McCabe's looks like it was a voicemail left. That's why you always need the incoming person's phone records. Miss Reed and Miss McCabe were then joined by Carrie Roberts, and the three of them left the McCabe residence. However, rather than going to 34 Fairview, oddly, Miss McCabe directed them to go back to Mr. O'Keefe's home, where Miss Reed had just come from. Now, I was expecting to see here, I'm not going to lie, I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm just like, there was clearly a reason for that, and they're just trying to say it was a delay tactic, and I'm like, no, it actually wasn't. It was to get rid of Karen's car and leave it there. Like, that's the issue that I'm having, is that the whole purpose of that was, in my opinion, is to get rid of the car so Karen didn't have that vehicle, so that it was left alone. Okay. And so that somebody had access to it to be able to get these taillight pieces. Okay. And also, like, that's what I believe it was for. But hey, it was to buy time. All right. So it says, but they don't bring that up. They just say, however, rather than go to 34 Fairview, oddly, McCabe directed them to go back to Mr. O'Keefe's home, where Miss Reed had just come from. After the three of them finally drove to 34 Fairview, the illogical, see right there, you would have said that Karen's car stayed, the illogical McCabe directed route to 34 Fairview was intentional. It allowed the House defendants more time to finish creating the scene and hiding evidence before Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered on the Alberts lawn and first responders arrived. As they approached the house, with Roberts driving, what vehicle? Miss Reed saw Mr. O'Keefe almost immediately. She screamed for Roberts to stop the vehicle and jumped from the moving car to run to Mr. O'Keefe. She began rendering aid, including CPR. As the House defendants had planned, Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered in front of the Alberts house near a flagpole and a fire hydrant on the left side of the Alberts property, as seen from the roadside. The Ford Edge, which had been parked in a position to obscure Mr. O'Keefe's body in the middle of the night, had been moved. I believe that it's not the Ford Edge. I believe that it's the Caddy. While Roberts joined Miss Reed with administering CPR, McCabe did not help or even approach Mr. O'Keefe. I think her data says otherwise. She does take 80 some steps, I believe. Rather, she sat in the cab of the vehicle, called 911, and reported that there's a man passed out in the snow. Despite knowing that her brother-in-law, Brian Albert, a police officer and first responder, was just feet away inside the house, McCabe never went into the house or requested that Albert come down to help Mr. O'Keefe. Rather, as Mr. O'Keefe lay dying in the snow, McCabe stood and watched with no fear, no urgency, or even concern for her family members residing mere feet away. Like, maybe something happened to them, But remember, she does place those phone calls, 607 and 608. They're leaving those out. She called her sister. They're leaving that out. You understand? She didn't answer. The CPD were the first on the scene shortly after 6 a.m. At the time, there was no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a vehicle. In fact, the evidence suggested just the opposite. His body did not show signs of trauma commonly associated with being struck by a car. There were no bone fractures or trauma to his lower body, his torso, or any other part of his body, as investigators would expect from a vehicle strike. Rather, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with being physically assaulted to the face and head and attacked by a dog. For good reason, the ranking CPD officer on the scene, Sergeant Michael Lank, opined on a telephone call to MSP Homicide, captured on a dash cam audio, that Mr. O'Keefe looked like he had been in a fight. Now, I have a problem with this. Ready? He never saw him. He got there. He was already in the ambulance when Link got there. Okay. So who told him that it looked like he had gotten in a fight? Ding, ding, ding. Or does he know something already? I don't know. Oh, shit. Moreover, the initial search conducted by Canton police officers revealed that there was no vehicle debris, I say it like that on purpose, debris on the lawn at 34 Fairview, let alone any debris at or near Mr. O'Keefe's body. Not a single piece of taillight material was discovered on the lawn or in the roadway that morning, notwithstanding multiple searches and the use of a leaf blower. Whoopsies. Tellingly, despite the commotion outside, including more than a dozen first responders, 3 police cruisers, 2 ambulances, a ladder fire engine, all with their emergency lights flashing, and at least 2 civilian vehicles, plus Miss Reed's screams upon finding Mr. O'Keefe's body, no one from the Alberts house, including police officer Brian Albert, ever went outside to see what was happening, let alone help. And that's another reason I think that maybe certain people weren't in there. That caddy was not there, you know? They wanted to avoid scrutiny from the police investigators. I don't know about that. Because they went into the house, you know what I mean? Sergeant Link was a longtime friend of the Alberts and the first law enforcement officer to enter the house with Sean Good at the same time. He spoke to the Alberts and the McCabe's, allegedly. Pursuant to their plan, the Alberts and the McCabe's told Sergeant Link that Mr. O'Keefe had never entered the Alberts home the night before. The Alberts and McCabe's statements were false. Mr. O'Keefe arrived at and entered the house or garage where he was assaulted, attacked by the Alberts dog, and suffered a fatal injury to the back of his head. They don't even mention the 12:15 departure by Caitlin right now. Despite Mr. O'Keefe's injuries being wholly inconsistent with the story of the House defendants were now telling him, neither Sergeant Link nor any other member of CPD searched the house to determine whether the occupants or anyone else were involved in Mr. O'Keefe's death. Nor did they request to search the occupants' cell phones, observe their bodies for evidence of a fight, or even secure the scene where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. They failed to do so because of bias, due to being friends and a loyalty. 47. After Sergeant Link returned to the CPD, 3 hours after the discovery of Mr. O'Keefe's body, and more than 2 hours after being interviewed at the Alberts home, they left before that. That morning, Jennifer McCabe called Sergeant Link to report that, quote unquote, she recalled additional information. And that's going to be the Higgins effect. Except for this one call to Sergeant Link, McCabe deleted from her phone evidence of all other phone calls she made and received from January 28th to just before 9 a.m. on January 29th. As part of the plan to implicate Miss Reed and remove suspicion from the House defendants, she falsely told Sergeant Link that Miss Reed told her twice that morning, I hope I didn't hit him. I hope I didn't hit him. More than a year later, at a separate proceeding, Miss McCabe changed her story on this topic yet again. In furtherance of the House defendant's plan, McCabe then falsely reported that Miss Reed outright confessed to hitting Mr. O'Keefe right after she found him in the snow. She just told me she hit him. I remember that moment. I was like, oh, shit. Michael Proctor was assigned as the case officer and had primary responsibility. Sure did. Now, my thoughts on this part here. All right. So from the beginning here, in their roles, Buchanan and Tully both knew at all times the exact extent of Proctor's misconduct and investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death as described below. You know, this is the detective unit, this is their supervising officers, and blah, blah, blah. Well, 49 says, from the beginning, Proctor should have never been assigned as an investigating officer, let alone the lead. He grew up and resides in Canton, is a good friend of the Alberts, and had known the family for years. Now, this is where I bring in Lally. Okay, I make a note and I say, I have an issue with Lally because I went back and played a part where Lally is over here talking about how he's telling the tribunal that Proctor is not conflicted. He doesn't know the family, all that type of shit, right? Well, There was no way that Lally could have said that he vetted that, because it would tell you the complete opposite, right? So, like, what the fuck? So, in fact, Proctor and Julie Albert, Brian Albert's sister-in-law, had each other's personal cell phone numbers. In fact, just days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, Proctor communicated with Julie Albert about babysitting Proctor's minor children. Proctor's sister Courtney was also a close friend of Julie and lived walking distance to the Alberts' home at 34 Fairview Road. In fact, Proctor's own mother referred to the Alberts as Proctor's second family. The existence of these relationships was intentionally suppressed by Proctor and other members of the MSP, including Buchanan and Tully, in an effort to ensure that the House defendants were protected and that Miss Reed's right to a fair investigation and trial were undermined. So that's where I'm just like, I mean, at the end of the day, Tully, like, I mean, not Tully, but Lally, like, when it's coming out and it's being presented like, hey, to get up in open court and just say what he said, like, come on, give me a fucking break, you know? But it's like, at that point, what are you gonna say? Yeah, he is conflicted. He knows them. I don't know. I just, because the investigation's already done. It was like in 2023 when that came out that Lally's over there, like, he does not know them. He should be sanctioned for that. I mean, he lied. Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully engaged in corrupt and biased investigation by not investigating inside the House and interviewing House defendants as friends rather than suspects. So we're going to skip here to the next page just because we know this part right here. They were all interviewed either at their home, their family member's home, their lawyer's home. In this case of Brian Higgins, their lawyer's office. In the case of Brian Jr. and Caitlin Albert, their place of employment, or over the phone. These interviews were each untimely. So was Miss Reed. These interviews were each untimely, unrecorded, and fundamentally designed to protect the House defendants. So was Miss Reed. Like, they did the same thing with her. They interviewed her at her dad's. You know, they didn't record it. So I think that to me, like, you guys, these people just should not be in their capacity of their job. All right. And the House defendants took full advantage of it, you know? So specifically, Jennifer McCabe became the point person for the House defendants in providing their false narrative to investigators and continued to serve that role for years. So Jennifer McCabe became the point person. And, you know, I want to see in this criminal or in the civil case what evidence there is that says that. Because again, guys, I'm going to stay firm with this. These type of men do not take orders from females. They just don't. So do you just mean that, like, somebody else is barking the orders, but hey, Jen, you're the communication person? I don't know. Specifically, she managed and communicated. There she goes. She managed and communicated details about the House defendants' messaging and the investigation itself, including visiting Proctor's and other investigators' private residences, mapping out timelines to coordinate statements with other witnesses, leading group text messages with chains that were later partially deleted, and planning private meetings at all hours of the day and night. At all hours. Indeed, these were never the acts of innocent witnesses seeking to help an investigation concerning the death of an alleged friend. Rather, they were predicated acts of a conspiracy among a group of people with a shared goal of deflecting their criminal exposure onto someone else. McCabe was widely... So I have a question, guys. If Karen Reed had a private investigator, right? Does any of Karen Reed's private investigators from the time of like 2022, I would expect to see during the year of 2022 all the way until Turtle Boy got involved, 2023, were any of Karen Reed's private investigators like following any of these people around and documenting what they were doing? Because it's not going to hit as hard if that wasn't the case and that it was just like after Turtle Boy's involvement, in my opinion. Right? You have investigators, PIs. What are they supposed to do? They're supposed to do exactly what I just said. So it'll be important. Okay, now McCabe was wildly, they want to use the word wildly active on her phone in the immediate aftermath of the house altercation that killed Mr. O'Keefe. Her cell phone data reveals that she arrived back at her home at 12 Country Lane at 2:12 and 38 seconds. Now, again, they're taking this as the phone. Okay. Why aren't they using her watch? Like, what are they doing? Her watch shows a different time than her phone, just so we're clear. Her phone, look at this. Her phone was unlocked between 2:23 and 41 seconds and 2:31 and 7 seconds. What time did she go up a flight of stairs? Let's take a look. Let's see if I have it. Does anybody know what time she went up a flight of stairs? Where's my... Anybody? Love Lana. Just found her a few weeks ago. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I usually just listen on most channels. Lana is special. Oh, thank you. Lana is special nut, isn't she? So yeah, tell me what time the flight of stairs was that the watch went up when they arrived home. Curious to see what you guys find. We'll come back to it. Now, text messages were then sent between 2:25 and 11 seconds and 2:25 and 26 seconds. 2 screenshots were deleted at 2:26 and 37 seconds. And then her Apple Health recorded steps throughout the night after she arrived home. So we go to the steps. So this one has something to do with the Wi-Fi. Her phone was unlocked between 2:23 and 41. Okay. Now, her Apple Health recorded steps throughout the night after she arrived home, 2:14 and 3 seconds. So 2:12 and 38 seconds. See, 2:14 and 3 seconds. 2:15 and 33 seconds. 2:16 and 34 seconds. 2:17, 38, 2:18, 32, 2:19, 2:21. Look at that number. 2:23 and 20 seconds. 2:20. See that right there? Boom. See that big gap? Exactly. Her phone was unlocked between 2:23 and 41 seconds. And 2:31. So 2:23, see this right here? She goes upstairs. And then when she goes upstairs, somebody grabs her phone to unlock it and start fucking around on it downstairs on the main level. Do you see that right there? Do you see how she doesn't take any more steps? Do you see how look at this big gap, 2:31 and 44? Ta-da! I'm telling you, whoever was using that phone was on the first motherfucking floor. And that's why it says, you just got to point it out, man. It's just so glaringly obvious. And so that's between that time frame of 2:32 and 20 seconds and between 2:31. That is on the first level. Okay. But she doesn't taking any steps at 2:27. So how the fuck she get back down there? Like, I'm not a dumbass. I did my fucking homework. And I'm telling you, whoever was on that phone was not Jen. The phone never went upstairs. That phone never entered a flight of stairs. Thanks, Minx. Oh, Anna, you have been saying that for so long. I believe you are correct. Thank you so much for saying that. And I've been just trying to help because I think it actually is more, it gives more credence and credibility to this House defendants, and like it's like the whole conspiracy of like we used Jen's phone thinking that Jen's phone would never get taken. You know what I mean? And I personally believe that the reason that you would have to get rid of your phone / your SIM card and everything like that, it wasn't about the calls so much. It was about the location of that cell phone for Higgins, the locations of the cell phones, where they were. And I question if Higgins' cell phone ever left Canton that night. Because I also still question the fact that, I still think there's a small chance that Higgins went. I know Karen Reed's not going to like this, but that Higgins went to the house, like 34 or 1 Meadows, because I think it could be said that when she's saying like nobody knows where you're at, John. Okay, nobody knows where you're at. That always bothered me. Nobody knows where you're at. Well, if Higgins stopped by, right? If Higgins stopped by and was like, yo, where are you? Why didn't you guys and she answers the door and she's like, there was like a gap of like 20 minutes of no calling. And if Higgins stopped by at the house, okay, then is that why there's some stuff deleted? And did Higgins maybe instruct her to delete some stuff just because hey, take, but really she had no idea. He did it on purpose, to act like that. Just seems to me that it'd be something when you want to talk about, okay, for example, if Higgins leaves the house 34 Fairview at 1 o'clock. He was adamant that he's like, yeah, I don't know. I was there for like 12:30, 1 o'clock. You guys, to get to the police station, it takes no time whatsoever. None. So why is he not arriving on the Canton police station until 1:36 or whatever? Think about it. To say nobody knows where you're at. That's always bothered me. Nobody knows where you're at. You're either talking about you and the little girl. She's not little, but you know what I'm saying. I'm just saying that Brian Albert is not moving John's body alone. I don't even know if you could, maybe you could do it with him and Higgins, but remember on John's shoe, there was supposedly 5 different mixtures of DNA. They never tested anything. They never got the DNA of anybody, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, I always question that, nobody knows where you're at. So, and I could just see if you guys really think this is a plan, okay, and it's I don't know. If Higgins goes there and says that to Karen, I don't know. Because they need to delete something off the ring, or I don't know. I find something really interesting about that. Nobody knows where you're at. Nobody knows where you're at. at 12:50. I think that was like the 12:59 one. And so it kind of makes sense that I don't know. Go check it out. Tell me what time that was at. Anyways, yeah, it's always bothered me. Like I would have been texting Higgins like, "Where's John?" Or like, "Okay, I get it that you guys are like, he hasn't come back. Where the fuck is he?" Anyways, we'll come back onto all of that. But now 18 calls were deleted between 5:33 and 47 seconds and 8:50 and 15 seconds. Okay, so somebody deleted these, and Jennifer McCabe's over here saying like, "I didn't do it," but when it was deleted though, is 18 calls were deleted between 5:33 and 47 seconds and 8:50 and 15 seconds. And an outgoing call to Nicole Albert at 5:07 and 21 seconds. Well, duh. That's included in the 18 calls. The last, or I'm sorry, they're going to leave that separate so they can write it like that. The last cellular artifact is particularly revealing because McCabe's call to her sister occurred 1 hour before John O'Keefe's body was discovered. Mere moments after a 43-second call at 5:05:14, during which Reed and McCabe agreed to go searching for O'Keefe. Ring video from One Meadows shows Reed leaving the property at exactly 5:07. So basically, they're alluding to the fact that they have that conversation. Okay, Karen calls, and then right after that, she calls her sister. Well, I mean, if Karen's over here saying John never came home, what do you want her to do? You like, I mean, I can call my sister. So I think that I'm being objective when talking about it. It's not going to hit as hard as like, what do you want her to do? Okay, like, what if Jen didn't call her sister? Would people be like, why the fuck didn't you call your sister? I mean, I don't know. So I just don't think it's going to hit like, it's just not going to hit as when people are like, yeah, I'm just like, well, what did you want fucking Jen to do? It's almost like she better make a phone call after they talk. You want me to like call around? I think what's more interesting is why'd she call Julie at 4:53, right? And to me, that's like, I think it was more like you guys never showed up, right? Not like I saw you guys show up and then you guys left. Like, what? That wasn't said on the phone. Because if that's the case, why'd she go to Waterfall? She wouldn't, that's why I just think people think that Jen knew shit. And I think that there's a chance that Jen didn't know shit until way after the fact. But especially if it was Higgins. You guys, if Higgins could have pulled some shit, okay? And do you think Higgins is the type of guy that gets all these people involved? Fuck no. He's going to rely on his people. His people. He's going to rely on like Paul Gallagher. He's going to rely on Berkowitz. He's not going to be like, I want to include Jen McCabe in anything. Like it's more like he's going to feed Jen information, or I shouldn't say information. He's going to say things so that Jen will say, something. And then it's like that. Jen's heart rate data. We'll go over that. It's not as I would like to know how much Jen was drinking that night. I think people are downplaying Carrie Roberts. Not, I mean, if you really think that Carrie Roberts lied to the grand jury, I mean, what the fuck? That's bad. Like, come on. What's Carrie Roberts lying for? You know? Anyways. Okay. Now, McCabe, oopsies. McCabe court coordination continued on February 1st when she worked with another witness, Carrie Roberts, to draft a timeline in order to align their stories regarding what had occurred on January 29th. And the person that was doing the timeline was the sister, Denise. So you got to fucking throw her in there. And they were doing it at the request of supposedly Peg O'Keefe. Okay. And now let's be honest. I'm gonna fucking give it to you, man. If something like this happened to, let's say, my sister or my brother, and I'm the type of person that I am, and I'm involved with like true crime shit, you fucking bet your bottom dollar I'm doing a timeline, and I'm fucking calling all you motherfuckers up, and I'm asking you, what the hell? I'm talking to each one of you guys, and I'm saying, I want to know everything. Yeah, come on over to my house. Like, I want to know what the hell's going on. And so I'm creating this, right? And I'm asking to see your cell phone. Like, I want to see your cell. What time are you calling John? What time are you, like, that's just, now if that's like the type of person you are, and me. So what if somebody was to say like, oh my God, Lana's so guilty because she was doing all of this stuff. And I'm over here like, what? So if Peg O'Keefe truly was like, what the fuck's going on and is involved in that, I think more questions should have been asked about that. And they can do it, and they're on the list to be, deposed. And I think that they really need to hone in on how that all played out. We should all ask ourselves, they had an opportunity to cross Carrie Roberts in trial 1 and they didn't. I just don't understand that. That'll never make any fucking sense to me. Never. Okay. So they're saying they did this in preparation for Roberts' interview with MSP, which occurred at the McCabe's residence despite MSP's protocol to separate witnesses when interviewed. Now, the thing though is that was Prince and Connor that went to do that interview with Carrie Roberts. So I have a problem with that because that wasn't Proctor. While MSP interviewed Roberts, McCabe simultaneously texted her husband, Matthew McCabe, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert, saying she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Nicole Albert responded, good, and call us after. 2 months later, after being prodded and influenced by McCabe and the other House defendants, Roberts changed part of her story to better fit with Jennifer McCabe's own false statements. Specifically, Roberts testified falsely in a state grand jury proceeding on April 26, 2022, that she had heard Miss Reed ask Miss McCabe to Google hypothermia. Why would people be giving her a pass on that? She had not made this claim in any of the at least 3 interviews she gave to MSP investigators in the days after Mr. O'Keefe's death, in part because it never happened. And what I'm being really specific here about is this is what got the upcharges. This is the type of stuff that got upcharges. Carrie's new and false story to the state grand jury aligned exactly with McCabe's testimony that Miss Reed asked her to Google hypothermia. It's like, why would Carrie Roberts have a fucking, why would Carrie Roberts say this? Roberts even adopted McCabe's false claim that Miss Reed had supposedly asked the question while praying in a Canton Police Department cruiser outside of 34 Fairview. I don't see the is Karen Reed a prayer? I don't know. Later, Roberts conceded that she never heard Miss Reed ask Miss McCabe to Google anything. She admitted this a year later at a separate proceeding on April 19th, 2023. Look at that date. Look at that date. Aiden Carney, April 17th, 2023 comes out. And then she's over here being questioned by look at this. She admitted at a separate proceeding conducted by the feds, and again during Reed's criminal retrial. So you guys don't think that any of that had anything to do with the perfect timing of when Turtle Boy started reporting? Come on, y'all. Let's not fucking kid. Let's not play. I'm not a fucking moron. Listen, I want to take down the corrupt people. Trust me. Like, that's my whole fucking channel. All right. But I'm not a moron. And I just don't believe that you beat corruption by being corrupt and by having corrupt fucking individuals around anywhere around your camp when you're not. When you have integrity, you fucking weed out cancer. You don't fucking let it sit there. For what? Fuck that. You're asking for trouble. And it's coming. Like, this is all blowing up. The House defendants deleted many of their text messages among themselves and others in the aftermath of Mr. O'Keefe's death. The texts captured before deletion or recovered later also reveal some of the House defendants' planning. For instance, on the evening of January 29th, Jennifer McCabe texted with her sister, Nicole Albert, that Carrie Roberts, who was present when Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, quote unquote, talked to the cops and kept it simple. I just think that you can look at that two different ways. Of course, there would be, you guys, you know how many people would text me or I would text them like, hey, what's going on? So what did so-and-so say? You know what I mean? Like, what did so-and-so say? I don't know. From what I heard, she kept it pretty basic or she kept it simple. I didn't hear any, like, I don't know. I just, yeah. The text captured, okay, where was I? I'm sorry. Of course, there would be no reason to report back to other House defendants about Roberts keeping it simple. I just disagree with that. These are people that, fuck yeah, people are going to talk about what the hell just happened. And they're going to gossip about it. Not just talk about it. They're going to want to know, like, what the hell's going on. And then somebody was found dead on my lawn. You best believe I want to know what the fuck happened. Keep me the fuck out of this shit. I didn't even see that motherfucker. What the hell's going on? You know what I mean? Like, and then, oh, well, you guys were all huddled out there, standing out there, waiting for you to fucking pick up your weed, or pick up some coke and blah, blah, blah. Well, we can't talk about that. That happens in so many cases where you're not lying about, I didn't kill nobody, but I'm not about to tell you guys really what the fuck I was doing, because then I'm going to be in trouble for, I don't know, pushing kilos. That happens all the time. But Proctor, Buchanan, and the MSP never sought these communications. Rather, they were obtained by Miss Reed's defense attorney's repeated motions to compel access to data on Jennifer McCabe's iPhone. Later, in other group texts with Jennifer McCabe and Brian and Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe suggests having Chris Albert publicize their crafted story to a reporter, saying, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, as an endorsement of the plan. Brian responded, exactly. Versus, you guys, I would be the one that would be writing my friends. If you're going to tell me that some reporters are there or police officers were or whatever, I would be texting people to be like, ask them questions, ask them what's going on, see, get some information out of them. Like, what? So I guess I see it one way, and I can also see it another way. And so for me, those just don't hit as hard as other shit. that hits like really, really hard. Importantly, the text messages from the House defendants' phones that were ultimately recovered and that were provided or that provide a window into their conspiracy and misconduct, as well as MSP's unlawful investigation, were not the product of CPD or MSP's investigative work. Exactly. That's the key. Okay. And that's all that matters. Rather, based on media reports, raising serious questions about MSP's investigation, and they have rather based on media reports. This is unbelievable. Number 62, let me back up and tell you what 62 is all about. 62, literally, they're doubling down, tripling down now, and talking about the fact that due to media reports of this case, that's why the feds got involved. Are you fucking kidding me? Alan Jackson and David Yannetti gave Turtle Boy the information. What media reports were written in flagging the FBI? I mean, for them to even put 62 in is unbelievable. Why would you even put that in there? Importantly, the text messages from the House defendants' phones that were ultimately recovered and that provide a window into their conspiracy and misconduct, as well as MSP's unlawful investigation, were not the product of CPD or MSP's investigative work. Rather, based on media reports raising serious questions about MSP's investigation and the House defendants' role in Mr. O'Keefe's death, another separate law enforcement agency began its own subsequent investigation. Dude, who was reporting on this case? Because you're not firing up a grand jury because of a blog on the 13th of August or April, or, you know, the 14th or 15th of April. And then all of a sudden, what? It doesn't make any sense to me. That investigation and not MSPs resulted in obtaining some of the House defendants' phones. Some of them. Taking statements from the House defendants and conducting a separate proceeding, all of which MSP refused to do itself. Indeed, the evidence procured by the separate law enforcement agency investigation demonstrates the House defendants' conspiracy and unlawful conduct, as well as MSP's bias and corruption. So I would just be calling it what it is. If you're allowed to tip off whoever, I can be, hey, I want to have, how did the FBI ever start investigating this? I don't know. Proctor and Buchanan initially interviewed the McCabe's and Brian Albert on January 29th at the McCabe's home at 12 Country Lane in Canton, at which time they again falsely stated that Mr. O'Keefe never entered the house. However, Jennifer McCabe's cell phone location data shows that she was at 34 Fairview all morning, leaving at 11:15 a.m., just in time to meet Proctor at 12 Country Lane at 11:30 a.m. Number 63, I made a note here, and it sucks. Let me tell you why. You'd want to word that differently, in my opinion, because basically what they're alluding to here is that I thought, so why didn't Proctor go to 34 Fairview, right? Well, we don't know. But he should have went to 34 Fairview, like where this happened, right? I'm going to go to 34 Fairview. You're like right down the street from it. And he just never went there, right? And instead, he goes to Jen McCabe's house. Well, there's a couple phone calls that take place. And so if Jen's like, because she calls Proctor back, and then she's like, and then she like goes over there. So it's like, who's in the fault here? Like, it doesn't matter that happened. Proctor could still go to 34 Fairview, regardless if like he's going to be talking to Jen at 12 Country, you know? So what it seems like to me is how I would want to be pushing this, is that was Proctor lied to? Did Jen McCabe say that she was at 12 Country Lane when she wasn't? But it's confusing the way that they're writing this, and I would just leave that all out together or reword it, but that's just me. According to Proctor, he was at CPD, just a mile from 34 Fairview, before proceeding to the McCabe's home for their scheduled interview. At that point, Proctor had still not inspected 34 Fairview. Exactly. So why didn't he go over there? What does that have anything to do with even writing 63? That's all that I'm saying. And had not interviewed either the McCabe's or the Alberts. So exactly. So why wouldn't you just go to 34 Fairview? He could have done both simply by driving a mile to 34 Fairview. And that's what I'm trying to say is no. Not unless Brian Albert and Jen McCabe lied to Proctor and were like saying like, oh, we're over here at 12 Country Lane. Then Proctor's like, okay, we'll come there, you know? So that's why I was just like, it's interesting. Because I could see them just lying to Proctor. Proctor's a fucking dumbass. At that point, Proctor had still not inspected. Okay. He could have done both by simply driving to 34 Fairview, where both the McCabe's and the Alberts were minutes earlier, rather than drive across town minutes later in a snowstorm. He did this intentionally to avoid 34 Fairview. And it's like, Proctor? No. I disagree with that. Proctor did this intentionally to avoid 34 Fairview, where he would have been required to inspect the house and property and make reportable observations. No, because there's even a chance that he actually went there and he just fucking lied and never said that he did, you know? He also wanted to make sure the McCabe's and the Alberts were more comfortable for their interviews. It's like, what? No, this is what I think. I think that the McCabe's and the Alberts, okay, they're trying to keep Proctor away from the fucking there. Because we still need to sprinkle this fucking what do you call it? The taillight, right? When you putting the taillight down. And in fact, I think the reason that Jen McCabe called back the people, like the Lanks of the world, is because Higgins then arrives with a little piece of and portion of the taillight, okay, that they had gotten because that was the whole purpose of leaving Karen's car over there, and had put a couple pieces thinking that Lank and them would go back over to the area and start looking for fucking pieces. You get what I'm saying? And Lank didn't do that though. He just left after he went there, in my opinion. So it's crazy how you're saying that it was Proctor. Proctor didn't want to go to 34 Fairview. Like, no, they didn't want Proctor there. So they were just like lying to him and saying that they're at 12 Country Lane, in my opinion. You know, if he called them and said, hey, where are you? Go there. Yeah, I'm home. You know, I got to get home back to the kids. Yeah. I just can't see that Proctor's the one that's, you know, deciding that. I see that more being directed by them to keep Proctor out of there so that they can get that. They can't have another search go on over there because there's no taillight. Not enough. There's just a little bit of whatever. Again, depends how much, because I personally think that Higgins, and that was the whole reason to get, hey, have her come to the house. You're going to go look. Then you're going to drive back and you're going to leave her car. And then we need to be able to get to that car because we need to get that taillight. I'm telling you. I don't know. You know. Okay. Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully likewise failed to conduct a meaningful investigation into Higgins' involvement. When Proctor and Buchanan interviewed Higgins on February 3rd at Higgins' attorney's home in Sharon, Massachusetts, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I always say have a lawyer present, Maybe you should have him though down at the station recording the shit. Absolutely. Higgins presented the troopers with a select set of self-curated texts between himself and Miss Reed. They learned that Higgins and Miss Reed had been exchanging flirtatious texts and that Higgins reported at least one instance where Miss Reed and Higgins kissed. This was just at O'Keefe's house mere weeks before the death. Rather than pursuing Higgins as a possible suspect, exactly. So why hide this? Why wasn't Aiden Carney out there fucking blasting this shit in April of 2023? Well, by design. Even though it would have totally helped your case. I mean, this is motive. What the fuck? This would be a reason that there would ever have been an altercation in the first place. You get what I'm saying? Like, why? What is going on here? One can only ask themselves why that was not ever part of any story. And even though it's like the most important part of the story. They never interviewed Higgins again, even after surveillance video revealed that Higgins was suspiciously hiding his face in the halls in the parking lot of CPD at 1:30 a.m. on January 29th. The video contradicts Higgins' statements about his actions that night. How does that video contradict his statements? He said he went to CPD. I disagree that it contradicts. He said he went there. Now, what it contradicts is what time he went there. That's it. The time. But it's not like, and who knows, maybe actually in that interview, if it would have been recorded, Higgins actually gives a time, I don't know. But the video contradicts Higgins' statements about the next night. However, not only did Proctor, Tully, MSP not investigate what Higgins was doing or what was in the bag he was carrying in the video. I agree. Ask him about the bag, sure. But they went so far as to hide this video from Miss Reed and her criminal defense attorneys for years. I thought it was only Proctor that hid that. Did Tully know about it? Did Buchanan know about it? Remember, Proctor was the only one that had those. Miss Reed's defense did not receive these videos until after she stood trial for the first time. Now, this is when Bev Canone admits and she says, guys, guess what? It was a hung jury, so it is what it is. But that would have granted Karen Reed a new trial if she would have been found guilty. Beverly basically comes out and says that. Let's see. So again, right here, this should be even more of what I'm trying to say. Everybody was in mode protect Higgins, not protect Jennifer McCabe, not protect. And when did that mode start kicking in? And that mode started kicking in with the Paul Gallaghers of the world, with the Lanks of the world, with the Canton Police Department, with the Berkey. This was always about protecting Higgins. If you're going to go a route, I just think that makes the most sense because these guys aren't going to protect. They don't give a fuck about Jen McCabe. I'm sorry. But Higgins, who's basically like a Canton cop to them, he has his office there. Everything's like that. Okay. Let's be real. And why wasn't the case ever looked at it like that? Why are we blowing up the media with fucking all this other shit? Sarah Levinson, Juliana Nagel, get the fuck out of here. That's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that you think that guys that are cops are going to involve those type of people in some fucking elaborate fucking conspiracy. That is stupid. That is 1000% stupid. Those guys would never do that. They would only involve their own. And it would be to protect their own. This case was a choose your battles defense strategy. No, this was a case of when did your client tell you about fucking Higgins thing? That's what I want to know. When did because lawyers do this shit all the time. Karen Reed probably knows exactly how this went down and why she pulled away. And she fucking told her lawyers, and her lawyers are like, yeah, we're not saying that. You're not saying that. Don't ever repeat that again. What? Yeah, no. It's like, wait, what? I saw it happen with Dan Moore. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck is going on here? The truth is the truth. Like, I don't care what the hell it would mean. Like, or how bad. If you think something looks bad, what do you mean it looks bad? Like, don't say how you saw him and Higgins talking, before they went in. Whatever it may be. I mean, all of those interviews that she did, Alan Jackson came out and said that they were all by design it was all strategy. I believe that. I believe that so much. All your questions are highly relevant as an investigator. We all want answers. Exactly. I'm just saying, if this is about John O'Keefe, right, then one should be asking ourselves a lot of questions, which is going to make this part difficult for people to listen. And I just think I don't believe that any of that shit came up. Sorry, I just don't. It's just me. And that was a story. So again, the video to me doesn't contradict. He went to the Canton Police Department. Think about it, if he would have never said that he went there. Nope, he says he went there, right? But they went so far as to hide this video from Miss Reed. Exactly. The fucking Higgins going to the Canton Police Department. They hid that for Higgins. Miss Reed's defense did not receive these videos until after. Yep. And even after separate law enforcement agencies' investigation revealed late night phone calls between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, MSP still failed to pursue either witness further or seek a full forensic extraction of Higgins' phone or even a simple call log from his cellular provider. They didn't even get a call log. Now, that was interesting to me, for me to read. I was like, damn. This is going to be really interesting. This concerted inaction by MSP, Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully directly benefited the House defendants, especially Higgins and Brian Albert. Especially Higgins, period. Especially Higgins, period, in my opinion, who proceeded to dispose of and destroy their phones just as the criminal court ordered them to preserve in response to a motion by Reed's criminal defense team. And then this is when the wheels fell off. This is when it was, okay, gloves are off. Okay, when that happened, that's when it was like, okay, gloves are off. And that's when, technically no, the Alan Jackson and Yannetti did unethical things before that, but Turtle Boy went rogue, and nobody stopped him. And I just think that it'd be a great opportunity right now to file a complaint and completely separate yourself from it, to show that we're not part of his regime. We don't do things the way that he does things. Okay? That's not who we are. And I think it would go a long way. And the question should bear on everybody's mind right now is, why isn't Karen Reed doing that? And then it should really tell you what is she being blackmailed? Is there extortion going on? What's Turtle Boy going to do? I'm just curious why people aren't asking that question. So specifically on September 15th, 2022, which is Ms. Reed's defense attorneys filed a motion requesting that the court order Brian Albert and Higgins to preserve the content of their phones. A Superior Court judge held a hearing on that motion on September 22nd and announced in open court that the defendants were required to preserve their phones, signing a preservation letter to the effect in September 23rd. Higgins was served with a copy of the court order on September 30th. He later testified that he changed his phones and mobile carrier on September 29th, 2022. See? Later in October of 2022, Higgins then destroyed his old phone, which was subject to the court order preservation letter. In fact, Higgins wants to drive to a military base. I thought this stuff happened in 2023. Brian Albert received the same thing, okay? And he does the same thing. Higgins and Albert's destruction of their phones eliminated potentially incriminating communications between them and was a direct result of Proctor's and Buchanan's and Tully's intentional refusal to collect important investigative evidence, and that would be exculpatory to Ms. Reed. Even after learning about the destruction of both witnesses' cell phones, MSP investigators had other avenues they could have used to pursue evidence, such as cellular toll records or simply interviewing Higgins and Alberts to inquire about the nature of the late-night communications. They intentionally ignored these avenues as well. There's also other search warrants you can get. Not only did Proctor fail to probe his friends' stories, he coordinated with them through his sister. Proctor spoke to Courtney multiple times a day and knew she was in close contact with and providing information to Julie Albert. And I guess I don't understand. That's what they can prove. And then they're saying that Julie and Courtney called each other many times between February 1st and 2nd, and at least 67 times between February 1st and September 6th, 2022. To me, that doesn't mean shit unless you can show that that's not the type of relationship that they had. If you can show that you can't just say that. February 1st through September 6th, 67 times, that ain't shit. Alan Jackson and, you know what I mean? Like, we're talking about a conspiracy here, right? And Turtle Boy and Karen talked 189 times, right? So, like, you have to look at these things from both sides. Lana, I do love you, but why is it that you insist that AJ and Karen Reed and team had full control on what Turtle Boy said to the public? His own lawyers can't keep him forced. I will tell you why. There's only one thing. There's only one thing. There's only one thing. Only happened one time. Only happened one time. That can be proven. And that was when you cannot do this. You're not allowed to do this. It's rule 3.3. You cannot, as a officer of the court, okay, you cannot tell if things are sealed, if stuff is, you cannot go and tell a media person information so that they go ahead and report on it. Okay. And then come into court a couple days later and say, it has been reported through the media that there is a federal investigation and there's a federal, all of the stuff that he said. Okay. That Alan Jackson said on the record. Then he went outside on the court steps and reiterated things. And he cited an motion that they filed, the Turtle Boy blog, as the media report. Then this is when they almost got gagged the first time and they were asking for a gag order. Okay. When this first happened, then Lally files the motion and asks for this stuff. And then Yannetti comes back and in open court says, my colleague did not come in here and talk about a federal investigation. He got that from the media and he said it was reported. And, Yannetti goes on to say, yada, 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 yada. I read it and it was in part of the search warrant. I read it verbatim. You cannot do that. You cannot tell Turtle Boy about something so that he goes ahead and reports it and then use what you just told him to then claim to the courts. Because then what Yannetti says is we had no information. We knew nothing about this. And that's a lie. And how did we know it was a lie? Is because Turtle Boy is so fucking stupid that he just came out a week ago to tell the world how smart and how genius Alan Jackson is to leak it to me. I then write a story about it, and then they use it in emotion, and it's just like, what? You just literally, all they had was the thought that it happened that way, until Turtle Boy literally comes out and admits that that's exactly what happened. And he's calling Alan Jackson a genius for committing professional conduct violations. Like, what a fucking idiot. Literally blowing up and proving now what was put into a probable cause affidavit that you couldn't prove, but it was circumstantial. And now, thanks to this fucking idiot, you can prove that it's true because Turtle Boy is admitting it. That is the answer, Monkey, my girl over there, the question that she threw up. Lana, I do love you, but why is it that you insist that AJ and Karen Reed and team had full control? They don't have full control over that fucking piece of shit. He's an errand boy, okay? But when the errand boy, because he has blackmail on them, when the errand boy's not getting what he wants, then he fucking does loose cannon shit, okay? So he gets what he wants. They went in bed with him. They got in bed with a fucking psychopath, okay? When you get in bed with a psychopath and a sociopath, shit goes fucking haywire, okay? And they blow up their own spots. It's like when somebody gets on a fucking plane with a bomb, a strap to them. We're all going down, motherfuckers, right? Turtle Boy is going down, but he's not going down alone. I'm telling you that right now. And he's going to do everything he can. Somebody else is going with him. That's how he looks at things. But Karen Reed's team, 1,000%, and I get what their headspace was. It was like, these motherfuckers, they're fucking doing all this, the Alberts are doing this. Everybody's doing all of this stuff. Like, what are we supposed to do? Like, what the fuck? Well, I just believe that at the end of the day, you don't go and fight fire with fire. And you definitely don't go put your fucking career on the line. And no, they didn't need to. I get how tempting it is, but that's where that's what it's about. So that's where the lie comes in. And then they peddled forever that Turtle Boy wasn't talking to them and they weren't talking to Turtle Boy. Okay, they're putting this out there all over. And in fact, Turtle Boy was going out of his way to make it seem like, yeah, I emailed David Yannetti and he's a man of few words. And then we see the extractions. But then this idiot comes out and tells the world, hey, Alan Jackson's such a genius. He committed he committed a violation on the professional codes of ethics that he took, You cannot lie. Your candor to the tribunal, 3.3, just trashed it. He's a piece of shit. Turtle Boy is the product to promote a story, but he has to disclose it just like a sponsored ad. I wish Karen would press charges for illegal recording. Yeah. Well, we're about to see, because they put in a motion that was an illegal recording. I'm telling you, it's going to come down to like, should some stuff you should never be able to get your hands on something that was illegally done, illegally obtained, anything like that. And Turtle Boy was blowing up his own spot because he knew it would blow up Karen Reed's spot. And he was doing it at really, really, really fucked up times. And Karen Reed couldn't do anything about it because she was being investigated for conspiracy to commit witness intimidation, witness interference. And I can't believe that she even made the comment that, yeah, what he did was it harassing, but those people shouldn't have been witnesses. They should have been suspects. Sarah Levinson was never a fucking suspect. Juliana Nagel, never a fucking suspect. Who else? So, but if he would have just taken time, Karen took so much time to literally teach him this case, and he was getting it wrong every fucking time he opened up his mouth. And if Karen would have just been working with somebody that knew what the fuck they were doing, they would have been able to point some stuff out when you're having conversations, because there's no way in hell, if Karen was telling me the things that she supposedly was telling Turtle Boy, I'm not just saying, oh my God, yeah, this is great, and just writing that up. I'm going to say, hey, I want to point out something to you. I was reading these and and look at this and look at this and look at this. And do you see here how Higgins was basically seen by Sarah Levinson before they ever went out that night? Do you see how the Cadillac's missing from the driveway? Like, do you see I would have been pointing out all of this shit. And he's over here saying, I need more material. I'm out of shit. I'm out of shit. And it's like, you didn't even get any of the material correct that you had. And just the time that was spent away from focusing on her case and literally dealing with, because when you took on Turtle Boy, you took on all of his enemies. Okay. Everybody that's ever wanted Turtle Boy to pay for all the stuff that he's done to them. Okay. Nobody's rooting for that man. And so Karen Reed literally took on the enemies of Turtle Boy. And that's fucking, I have no idea if she knew that was coming. I have no idea. But I can't imagine that someone like Alan Jackson, who's $2,000 an hour, doesn't have a really good fucking PR person to say, let's break this down. Who is this guy? Like, wait, he's in all these lawsuits. People are coming after him left and right. So they're going to come after Karen. Like, what the fuck? But I think that they did. And it was like, let's try it. Okay. Let's see. And then you just don't even know who you're fucking dealing with. Because like I said, he is not ethical. So he's throwing AJ under the bus. No shit. He's thrown Karen under the bus. Who do you think sent that fucking recording of Karen Reed to Karen Reed's team? Who do you think did it? I think it was Aiden. How about that? That's for another day. You guys aren't ready for that. All right. So, for example, blah, blah, blah. As he prepared to question Chris and Julie Albert on February 10th, Proctor told his sister, Courtney, that the interview was not a big deal. Courtney told Proctor that Julie Albert had been nervous and wanted to give him a thank you gift after the interview. To avoid scrutiny, Proctor instructed Courtney to tell Julie to give a gift to his wife, Elizabeth. Proctor shared investigatory details with Courtney. You know, all that. Okay. Right here. At one point leading up to some of the interviews, Jennifer McCabe asked Nicole Albert if she had heard anything more about the investigation. Confident she would learn more from Julie Albert, again through Courtney, Nicole Albert responded, "We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it." And I'm over here like, wait, what? How are you seeing it this way? Number 76. I thought this was all about, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it. I thought that's about Lank, because you guys went to Lank's house. And it backfired, by the way, when he did that. So Nicole Albert responded, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it. we're gonna get more info. They went to lengths, and then listen to the amazingness that I was able to connect. You want to talk about circumstantial evidence? You guys, the Cadillac's missing. The Cadillac was missing later when they look at the CERT team. Where's that car at? Hey, come by and pick me up, because that's where McCabe went by 34 Fairview, and she was there for a minute or two, picking up Nicole, because Nicole's gonna get her caddy that's at Lynx. Nobody wants to fucking play the tape all the way through and just let me get into a war room with someone that actually, and just tell me here, I don't have all of the discovery, but I'm saying that look at this shit over here. Is this being viewed different? I think this is Nicole Albert, if she hasn't heard anything more about the investigation. Jennifer McCabe asked Nicole, confident she would learn more from Julie Albert, again through Courtney. Nicole Albert responded, "We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it." And in the trial, they were trying to. I think this has to do with length, but that's just me. That's where they went the next day. House defendants did not want to text about their activities and communications. Yep. Because they tried to hide and or lie about them. For instance, it was discovered in the second criminal trial that Jennifer McCabe had lied in her sworn testimony in the first trial about not visiting 34 Fairview with Carrie Roberts on January 30th on their way to Sergeant Link's house. However, while they did not text about this meeting, McCabe's cell phone location data obtained later by Miss Reed's defense reveals that she did in fact visit 34 Fairview just one day after O'Keefe's death and lied about it. Exactly. Again, this cellular evidence and the deception by Miss McCabe was never investigated. In fact, it was like a tip-off. They tipped him off. Surprised they're not bringing that up. Again, this cellular evidence and the deception by McCabe was never investigated further by MSP, despite the fact that they had McCabe's full-blown phone extraction. The McCabe's, Alberts, and Higgins all told similar false stories to investigators in their interviews, and Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully accepted their coordinated statements without making efforts to corroborate their stories. Now, for example, Higgins testified before the state grand jury on April 28th, 2022, that he parked his Jeep Wrangler in front of 34 Fairview Road for the duration of his stay. And that's where I'm just like, God, this is where Sarah Levinston is a fucking key component. However, none of the other House defendants, that's not true, or the superintendent witnesses who parked briefly out front of and around at 12:30 a.m., Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson, and Ricky, they were all in the same vehicle though, ever testified about seeing any other vehicle parked there other than Miss Reed's Lexus. They never said it was Miss Reed's Lexus either. They never said what type of vehicle it was. Now, and guess who actually testified, or just talk about the grand jury, for example, before the grand jury? Well, at the grand jury also, you can only give answers to questions that are asked of you. Let's not forget that. But oh, Jesus. Cheese and rice. Okay. I parked in front of 34 Fairview Road for the duration of his stay on January 29th. However, none of the other House defendants. More importantly, Matthew McCabe claims to have seen V-shaped tire tracks in the snow. Another observation not corroborated by any other witnesses. Further, Brian and Nicole initially told Sergeant Link, there we go, 12:15. And then, but that's not what they claimed. They're saying that Link wrote that down wrong. However, when Caitlin Albert and Brian Albert Jr. were interviewed in August of 2023, they both testified that Caitlin was the last person to leave 34 Fairview that night at approximately 1:45. Brian and Nicole Albert clearly made efforts to exclude placing their eldest. Link just got it wrong. Sorry. Why would Link get it wrong? Maybe Link didn't want any fucking connection with that fucking caddy. So why aren't we investigating his daughter in the house? Neither Proctor ever investigated this 90-minute discrepancy regarding this presence of a key witness to an alleged murder. And the fact there's a vehicle missing. Rather than investigate their friends, instead of taking the routine, objective, and necessary steps of investigating the McCabe's, Higgins, and the Alberts, Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully focused exclusively on Miss Reed. Yep. Proctor seized Miss Reed's cell phone and her SUV within 30 minutes of interviewing her on January 29th. He arrested her 72 hours later, before reviewing any surveillance from the bars or ring camera footage, before interviewing exculpatory witnesses, and before the medical examiner officially concluded that the manner of death could not be determined and that there were no injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's body consistent with a vehicle strike. Much to Proctor's surprise, through the separate law enforcement agency's investigation, his contemporaneous text messages were discovered. Among them, Proctor texted with high school friends on the evening of January 29th, the day he began investigating. Yeah, woo! Proctor told his friends, that Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car and had not been in a fight, despite the fact that Mr. O'Keefe had suffered no injuries. Consistent with that, Proctor rejected a friend's belief that Brian Albert, the homeowner of the property where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, would receive some shit, instead agreeing with another friend's assumption that you guys envious are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Proctor revealed that he had already decided he was going to put some serious charges on Miss Reed, and she was fucked, and that there was zero chance she skates. From the outset, Proctor was determined to pin it on the girl. Proctor's supervisors were aware of his bias and conflicted relationships in his investigation. They didn't have to guess. Proctor told them. He told them that he knew the Alberts. Text messages from Proctor to Buchanan and other MSP troopers showed Proctor had decided to focus suspicion on Miss Reed to the exclusion of everyone else. He told the troopers that Miss Reed was retarded and that he was searching her phone. And that she was searching her phone for nudes. Yeah. Proctor liked the retarded comment. Buchanan did. Awesome. Because he was determined to put serious charges on Miss Reed, Proctor ignored the fact that the Commonwealth's medical examiner could not conclude that Mr. Heath's death was a homicide, determining instead that the manner of his death could not be determined. Hey, let's just charge her with murder. The medical examiner also refused to conclude that Mr. O'Keefe died as a result of being struck by a vehicle, and later testified at his trial that his injuries were not consistent with his car strike. Proctor later admitted that in his entire career, he had never seen a homicide investigation where the medical examiner could not determine the manner of death. But he remained undeterred in his quest to charge Miss Reed. As he later admitted, the medical examiner's refusal to rule the death a homicide did not matter to him because either way, Miss Reed was going to be charged. Proctor made this investigation cut and dry by manufacturing a case against Miss Reed. I cannot wait because I think Proctor is going to say, fuck that. Fuck that. No, I didn't. Nope. No, I did not. Is he going to say that this is what happened? A crucial first step was to ensure that the crime scene and evidence was not secured. But see, that I can't get down with that. I can't get down with that without you saying that it has something to do with Lank. They went and got a fucking leaf blower, you guys. They got a leaf blower and they went all the way down to the ground. Okay. Looking back at it, I said this in trial 2. I said, we were all making fun of this leaf blower. It saved Karen Reed's life, in my opinion. Because it's such a huge argument to say, yeah, do you guys see any we're getting all the way down here, no glass, you can't see any of these 49 pieces, flying up, nothing. Okay. And then their argument, well, it was in the wrong location because it needed to be more by the street. I said, by the berm that was totally wiped off and took a picture of, and there was no shoe by that one. The same location where the shoe just ends up being. No. The fabricating of evidence and the manipulating of things came with the doers here. And then the cover-up would just be, in my opinion, is they looked the other way. they looked the other way. And that's why, for the life of me, what I just don't understand is why wouldn't it just be enough to say that this is an, the medical examiner couldn't say it was anything, and we were just leaving it how it would be. Like it was an accidental, like death. John went outside. He was drunk, passed out. I don't know. Slipped, hit his head. It was fucking storm. I don't know. Is it because he was a cop? What if he wasn't a cop? Why were they determined to charge her with murder? Why wasn't it enough to just leave it the way that it was? Well, because that's how you get plea deals, right? You get plea deals when you upcharge. All right, let's close this out here. I wanted to keep it right at 2 hours, but we're cooking. This is wild. Can't reach a win. No problem, right? This was in violation of MSP policy, and so this is how I see this whole thing coming down, unless we got some bombshell evidence coming our way, is guilty. I mean, Karen Reed's going to win against Proctor. Karen Reed's going to win against Yuri. Karen Reed's going to win against Brian Tully, town of Canton. But my question marks come up with like the House defendants part. Neither MSP troopers involved in the investigation nor the CPD police officers on the scene secured the Alberts home or the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. The MSP did not take any photographs of the house, including any part of the yard where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, until February 1st, more than 3 full days later. No photographs were ever taken of the inside of the garage of 34 Fairview. This intentional departure from established protocols permitted Proctor and Buchanan to generate false incriminating evidence against Miss Reed and give the House defendants time to destroy the actual evidence. By approximately 2:30 p.m. on January 29th, before he had ever even met or interviewed Miss Reed or seen her Lexus, Proctor had already ordered seizure of the vehicle at her parents' home in Dighton. By 4:17 p.m., the vehicle was in MSP's physical possession. The vehicle was then towed to the CPD Sallyport, even though MSP had at least 2 closer barracks, including Middleborough and the MSP headquarters for accident reconstruction, where the vehicle would ultimately reside for analysis. And Massachusetts was in the middle of a historic nor'easter. Proctor knew he had more leeway to manipulate evidence regarding the SUV at CPD than at MSP's facilities, and he knew he needed to have that evidence in close proximity to, close proximity to the crime scene at 34 Fairview. Before the vehicle arrived at the garage, Miss Reed's Lexus taillight had a minor crack but was intact, an observation ultimately testified to by Dighton officer Nicholas Barros, who was never interviewed by Proctor or any member of the MSP. The crack occurred when Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe's car at 5 a.m. that morning, as shown leaving on the Ring camera. We all know that. Buchanan and Proctor followed the vehicle from Dighton and arrived at CPD at 5:35 p.m., just moments after the tow truck with the Lexus. At some point after the vehicle arrived at the Sallyport, the right rear taillight was almost entirely destroyed. Video taken from different angles in the Sallyport shows Buchanan, Proctor, Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz, and other individuals near the taillight, but notably no videotape captures the taillight's appearance at the precise time it arrived at the Sallyport. The available surveillance video from the Sallyport, as well as CPD access card swipe log obtained by a separate law enforcement agency, reveals seemingly unfettered access to the Sallyport by a myriad of individuals, including Brian motherfucking Higgins, throughout the evening of January 29th, including just before and just after 5:30. Exactly. Why aren't you just focusing on that motherfucker? One or more of them destroyed the taillight, secretly took pieces of it into their possession, and then planted some of them in various places at 34 Fairview and on Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Knowing that there were video cameras both inside and outside the Sally Port, that's why I'm telling you to go back and look and realize that they left the car there for Brian Higgins to get before he went to 34 Fairview. After then Link left. That's why they had to leave Karen's car there. That's why they sent the wellness check, so they would have the fucking camera on it. I mean, geez. Knowing that there would be video camera both inside and outside the Sally Port, Proctor and Buchanan worked together to obscure their role in manipulating the right rear taillight, and then ultimately to present false evidence at the first criminal trial. Specifically, Proctor directed Buchanan to secure video footage from surveillance cameras located both inside and outside the Sally Port garage, which he did. These videos were manipulated in two significant ways. First, a critical 42-minute portion was deleted from the video footage from the Sally Port front wall camera. The portion from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., which included the exact time Miss Reed's Lexus arrived in the garage and the period Proctor was at the passenger side taillight. This footage would have shown that the taillight was intact. Second, footage from the Sally Port back wall camera was inverted, which made the right side of the Miss Reed's vehicle appear to be the left side, and vice versa. Another camera main driveway side exterior captured the back end of the Lexus as it arrived at CPD, but was too grainy to decipher the condition of the passenger taillight. The videos from inside and outside the Sally Port and Proctor's request for Buchanan to obtain it was intentionally hidden from Miss Reed and her defense attorneys for more than 2 fucking years to avoid scrutiny. This is what they should have been focusing on. This is what Turtle Boy should have been talking about. The video was then sprung on them immediately before and during the first criminal trial. One driveway camera's footage was not revealed to the defense until just prior to the start of the second trial. In fact, Buchanan presented one part of the video during his direct testimony after questioning by the Assistant District Attorney, Adam Lally. Look at Buchanan was, oh my God, look at this. Look at Hank Brennan's like, I want no part in asking that man any fucking questions. I didn't even realize that. Lally did the line of questioning for Buchanan in the second trial. Is that right? Is that right? Maybe Hank isn't as dirty after all. Buchanan narrated the video to the jury, correctly identified the Proctor, or that Proctor was at the rear of the vehicle, but claimed that he never approached the right rear taillight area of the vehicle. That testimony, however, was entirely false. As he well knew, the video that Buchanan authenticated as fair and accurate was actually neither fair nor accurate because it had been inverted. Proctor was actually behind the right taillight for a significant period, but because it was inverted, it appeared in the video that he was behind the left taillight. Oh, was this the first trial we're talking about? What the fuck? You just jumped to the... They hoped this would allow Buchanan to lie about this issue at trial without detection. With this video and Buchanan's false testimony, the MSP, Proctor and Buchanan's attempt to mislead the jury in order to conceal the tampering with implanting of taillight material. You guys, I thought that they provided to show that that video had always been inverted. I just can't. Missing footage of outside waterfall. That's what I want. A waterfall bar. Yeah, here's what I don't get. Why can't they get iCloud info of Higgins and BA's phone? They should be able to start doing some third-party Deuce Tecum subpoenas. Especially if they are going to counter. Did they counter, right? There's a lot of things you can do. They can subpoena PayPal. They can subpoena Snapchat. I mean, there's a lot of things we're about to see. Proctor and Buchanan took taillight pieces from the Sally Port, brought them back to 34 Fairview to plant them in the location where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, and then falsified various documents in an attempt to hide their conduct. In warrant applications to the Stoughton District Court, this is the most important one in my opinion. in warrant applications to the Stone District Court and Norfolk Superior Court for searches of Google's electronic records. Google. Ring videos, Miss Reed's phone, Miss Reed's vehicle, cell tower records, and other resources of information. Proctor swore he seized Miss Reed's vehicle from her parents' home at 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, and had the vehicle towed to the CPD. Reports shared by the Dighton Police Department in 2023 revealed that the Lexus was towed from Dighton at 4:17. God damn it. Proctor's assertion that he seized it at 5:30 p.m. was intentionally false to hide the fact that the car was in police custody for 73 minutes longer than indicated in his sworn affidavits. Proctor maintained that false narrative because it would hide the exact time frame when he had the opportunity to remove pieces of the taillight from Miss Reed's vehicle and bring them back to the house, so that he could later claim the pieces had been there since approximately 12:30 a.m. on January 29th. However, unbeknownst to him, driveway video from the Reed residence in Dighton and a report written by the Dighton police revealed Proctor's lie and revealed the true and accurate time the Lexus SUV came into MSP's possession. Proctor also deposited the SUV taillight pieces that he and others removed from the vehicle in the Sally Port on Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Proctor retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's clothes from the floor of the hospital where he was pronounced deceased. Instead of securing the clothes in sealed containers or bags as protocol requires, Proctor and Buchnick drove them around in his car all day and then placed them in the Norfolk County District Attorney's office for at least 6 days, where they were accessible to Proctor, Buchnick, and any other MSP trooper. In his trial testimony, Buchnick asserted that both he and Proctor were at the Norfolk District Attorney's office drying out O'Keefe's clothing on butcher paper well into the evening, at least until 8:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022. But in front of the MSP trial board in March of 2025, Proctor testified that he arrived back home at 7 p.m. that night in Canton. Furthermore, Proctor stated that he went from a debrief at CPD straight home and never mentioned visiting the NDAO with Buchnick and handling key items of evidence, despite Buchnick's claims that Proctor was handling the clothing that night. On these matters, Buchnick's and Proctor's sworn statements significantly differ and cannot both be true. Again, Frank's hearing. Proctor and Buchnick also failed to create a log to document the chain of custody of the clothing. Hello. Therefore, and by design, there is no fucking record of when, how many times, or under the circumstances Proctor and Buchnick touched, manipulated, handled, or otherwise tampered with the clothing. The MSP evidence submission handbook dictates that chain of custody begins at the time of collection and that the collector seal evidence packages as soon as possible after collection to ensure integrity of evidence and items. And this is why you don't want shit tossed, okay? If you want to show all of this, right? Or you just get it tossed, right? And then you can never claim that it was on him, right? Here, in violation of MSP's stated policies, the chain of custody for all of John O'Keefe's clothing, as well as dozens of pieces of taillight material, does not begin until March 14th of 2022. Nearly 2 months. What? After it was collected? No. When Proctor finally submitted it to the MSP Crime Lab. At some point before providing those clothes to the crime lab, Proctor and Buchnick placed pieces of the taillight on them, where they were then identified by the crime lab in 2023. I don't think they just placed them on them. Were they like jabbing them in there, like smashing them up using like a fucking hammer? Like what? Proctor also planted pieces of glass on the bumper of Miss Reed's SUV while it was in his possession at the CPD Sallyport garage, which he then claimed to have recovered later on February 1st. You guys, I'm telling you, he's not the one that did that. I'm sorry, but I believe that is all Higgins. Proctor planted this evidence to make it look like these shards originated from a cocktail glass that Mr. O'Keefe was holding when he exited the waterfall bar. Evidently, Proctor did not plan on Karen Reed's defense attorneys insisting on the forensic testing on the glass shards, which showed that they did not match the cocktail glass in Mr. O'Keefe's possession. In fact, the 5 glass pieces originated from multiple different sources. One shard of glass on the bumper did match another piece of glass that had been in Proctor's possession during the investigation. What piece? The only way for the glass to have ended up on the SUV bumper is that Proctor planted it there in an attempt to connect the vehicle to the death of Mr. O'Keefe. Other aspects of the conflicted and corrupt investigation. Proctor, Buchanan, and MSP's investigation was rife with examples after examples of corruption and bias. For example, despite evidence that Brian Albert may have had video surveillance at his house, neither Proctor nor Buchanan nor any other member of MSP issued subpoenas to Ring or any other home surveillance companies, and no one questioned any other member of the Albert family about the presence of video monitoring. Now, if that comes out, which I'm going to tell you how that can easily come out, is you're going to be able to get people's get their financial statements. Usually companies like that, you are paying a fee to have, if I have ADP, if I have, you fucking name it, you're paying a service and it's usually taken out of your account and it's coming out and you're paying a monthly bill. So that's the first way that I would try to prove that. Okay. So number one is I would go and get the financial records. That's number one. And you're going to be able to get them. Then I would look at PayPal, Cash App. Like if for some reason they would have been paying that way, but highly doubtful. But you're going to be able to see if they had, so, and if there was a fucking Ring camera or some surveillance cameras there, holy shit, right? Holy shit. And this is where we're going to leave it. We're going to pick up right here. I mean, I think I'm almost done though. Hold on. Let me see. Well, we'll stop there. I really wanted to take it all the way till we get to the counts. Do you guys want me to just go a little bit longer? What do you guys want? I'll let you pick. Let's see. Yes, go longer, please. Can I have another shot, then? Do some shots. Then I have to have dinner. Shots on a Sunday. Yeah. Yeah, keep going, please. I'm just enjoying this. I'm taking my nap. I'm just like, yeah, Lana, keep talking to me about this. All right, just because I love you guys. And this is getting good. Fuck it. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, hit the thumbs up. Shake a cowbell or some shit. All right. Okay. Did I miss the part? Proctor planted this evidence to make it look like these shards originated from a cocktail glass. Evidently, Proctor did not plan on carrying. Okay. Here we go. For example, despite I said that, okay, Proctor and MSP failed to track down other important witnesses and evidence. Cheers. For example, Brian Loughran, a town of Canton snowplow operator. Turned out to be one of the most significant witnesses in the entire criminal trial. Even though trial number one, those jurors were like, we didn't believe him. I'm like, what? Proctor and his colleagues never spoke to him during their investigation and only did so once Loughran was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency and provided statements inconsistent with MSP's narrative 18 months after Miss Reed was allegedly indicted and awaiting trial. Specifically, Lucky drove his snowplow by the house multiple times in the early morning hours of January 29th, including at 2:30 a.m. and 3:30 a.m. He reported that there was no body on the lawn at 34 Fairview, no cars on the street in front of the house at 2:30 a.m. Mr. Loughran believes he would have seen a body had it been on the lawn where Mr. O'Keefe was found several hours later. Instead, the second time he drove by the house around 3:30, Mr. Loughran saw a Ford Edge. You guys saw a Ford Edge in front of Albert's home that had not been there an hour before. Despite a town-wide ban on street parking during the storm, but which was then parked where Mr. O'Keefe's body was later found, Brian Albert drove a Ford Edge at the time. God damn it. You guys, that Ford Edge is in the driveway and the snow is consistent with the other car. That's your fucking problem with that, okay? You know, I'm sorry, but that's my only issue with that is the snow is consistent. And then you're missing a totally other car, though. Proctor also secretly made efforts to protect other Albert family members. Secretly. Again, I would have went with the whole route of but that's where you have Turtle Boy fucking being an idiot and being like, hey, well, wouldn't the car be like the caddy that's missing, and that's how Caitlin Albert left. And before she left, she took the dog and went over to Lanks and dropped the dog off there. You know, maybe even just put the car there. Maybe she even was still there. But you guys, come on. Thanks, Lana. Happy birthday, friend. Happy birthday to Lana. Bless you, Lucky. Yeah, I heard it's really nice outside. I'm going outside. I just wish they would consider the evidence in front of them. They are missing the fucking Cadillac. It's not in the car. It's not in the driveway. I just don't understand. And you have evidence to show that it's not there. Why aren't God, how do you miss that? Fuck this Ford Edge, man. I'm sorry. This just gets me like it's not accurate. The Cadillac is missing. However, the Ford Edge was gone by the time Miss Reed arrived at the house around 6 a.m. It wasn't gone. Brian Albert's Ford Edge is in the fucking driveway, you guys. It's the car. It's the second car, and the first car in front of that is the Explorer. God. However, the Ford Edge was gone by the time Miss Reed arrived at the house around 6 a.m. And in its place, she discovered Mr. O'Keefe's body. Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully never made any effort during the actual investigation to track down Mr. Loughran or any information relating to the Ford Edge. Proctor also secretly made efforts to protect other Albert family members during the investigation who may have also had a role in Mr. O'Keefe's death. Witness Julie Nagel. Oh, for fuck's sake. I think it looks really bad that you're saying witness in front of Julie Nagel. That's really, really bad for Aiden Carney. Witness Julie Nagel told Proctor that Colin Albert, Brian Albert's nephew, had been present at the house the night of January 28th and 29th. But Proctor omitted his name from his official summary of Miss Nagel's interview. So again, how is that Julie's fault? Even though he listed others who had been present at the house with Colin, when Miss Reed's attorneys filed a motion to obtain Proctor's notes, his handwritten memorialization of Julie Nagel's interview mirrored almost exactly what was typed up in his police report, except for the words Colin Albert. Proctor's interactions with Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, during the investigation also demonstrates his close relationship with the Albert family, as well as his propensity for violating MSP rules and Massachusetts criminal laws. Repeatedly, Proctor used his personal cell phone to speak with Kevin, a CPD officer, instead of official channels when he coordinated interviews of witnesses, even though CPD was recused from the investigation. On January 30th, 2022, Kevin Albert texted Proctor on Proctor's personal cell phone to coordinate Proctor's use of CPD facilities to interview witnesses and about what witnesses Proctor planned to interview and when. Tellingly, despite the fact that he was investigating the murder of a law enforcement officer and that MSP rules and regulations require recorded witness and suspect interviews when possible, Proctor never used the recorded interview room at CPD and instead chose to keep the interviews offline. Further, in the middle of Proctor's investigation in the summer of 2022, it was discovered that Proctor and Kevin Albert were out together drinking alcohol and driving in Proctor's cruiser on Cape Cod. At the end of the night, Kevin Albert forgot to bring home his gun and badge as he was fucking a bunny badger, and he left them in Proctor's cruiser. Their drinking and driving in Proctor's MSP vehicle violated both MSP policies as well as various Massachusetts criminal statutes, and further highlights the conflicted nature of MSP's investigation. Moreover, because of their close relationship, Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully worked together with CPD in hiding certain videos from Karen Reed's criminal defense team, specifically upon information and belief. It means they can't prove this. Not yet. Specifically upon information and belief, MSP and Canton Police Department collaborated to keep exculpatory surveillance video from Karen Reed's criminal defense team in preparation for the first trial. Those videos captured Higgins' activities in the CPD parking lot and inside the police station shortly after the physical altercation in the house that led to Mr. O'Keefe's death. These videos demonstrate that Higgins' statements about his post-house party activities on the night of Mr. O'Keefe's death were not accurate. Upon information and belief, CPD knew it had this evidence and worked with MSP to keep it from Miss Reed. Additionally, upon information and belief, Canton Police Department set its auto-delete function, in quotes there, for saving certain surveillance videos from the Sally report to 30 days, therefore assuring that the immediate destruction of likely additional exculpatory evidence. The 30-day auto-delete setting conflicts with the fact that CPD videos were shared with the defense over the course of 3 years. Therefore, either the setting was changed to prevent a defense expert from auditing the footage, which is when the 30-day setting was discovered, or the footage was obtained within 30 days of January 29th and then just withheld from the defense. Those are your only two options. This is exactly what I told you guys when I was doing trial coverage. The indictments, trials, and aftermath. Miss Reed was arrested on February 1st, 2022, pursuant to a criminal complaint charging her with manslaughter. Among other charges, she was required to post a $50,000 bail, and for the court, they imposed several other conditions of release, including loss of her driver's license and stay-away orders from the O'Keefe family and John O'Keefe's home. Miss Reed was later rearrested on June 9th, 2022, after being indicted for second-degree murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. Her bail was set at $100,000 by the Norfolk County Superior Court. In February of 2023, her bail was reduced to $80,000 at the defense's request. Miss Reed was tried twice by the Commonwealth. The first time started April 2024 and ended on July 1st after the court ordered a mistrial for a hung jury. On June 18th, 2025, following another near 2-month trial, Miss Reed was acquitted of all charges associated with the death of John O'Keefe, murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. For the first time in 3.5 years, Karen Reed was able to leave court knowing that the forces aligned against her had failed to convince a jury to buy their deception. Beginning in January of 2022, the defendant's actions have had profound effect on Miss Reed. She lost her employment and income. She lost her professorship. She lost her private health insurance. She lost her car and her driver's license. She lost her house. Her reputation, both personally and professionally, was utterly destroyed. She incurred multiple millions of dollars in debt for legal fees and additional millions in expert fees and costs. Again, she incurred multiple millions of dollars in debt for legal fees and additional millions in expert fees and costs. In addition, after being arrested twice, jailed twice, and tried twice, she has suffered years of intense stress and emotional harm, worried that she would be in prison for the rest of her natural life for a crime she did not commit, you fucking pieces of shit. Miss Reed suffers from both Crohn's disease and multiple sclerosis. That's what my grandma had. As documented under seal with the criminal court, Miss Reed has undergone tens of surgeries to manage her illness prior to January 29, 2022, and endured a blood infusion just months before Mr. O'Keefe's death. In the aftermath of the charges, 2 arrests, and during both trials, Miss Reed suffered a well-documented exacerbation of her symptoms amid stress, anxiety, and emotional and physical impacts of being wrongfully accused of murder. Fuck you, Turtle Boy. Fuck you, dude. While fighting for her freedom against a corrupt prosecution, they were so corrupt. Miss Reed underwent dozens upon dozens of documented medical procedures and treatments to attempt to address her health issues. The defendants concocted a plan, executed that plan, and framed an innocent woman, and they are now responsible for these extraordinary damages Miss Reed has suffered at their hands. The House defendants continue to execute on their strategy of misdirection and dishonesty for years after Mr. O'Keefe's death. For example, on April 10th, 2023, 2 agents from a separate law enforcement agency made an unannounced visit to Jennifer McCabe at her home. She initially lied to these agents when she answered the door saying she was Nicole Albert. April 10th. Turtle Boy comments on it right after that. She then asked the agents to wait 10 minutes while she got ready. Afterwards, when asked by the agents, McCabe first told them she had called her husband, House Defendant Matthew McCabe, and Carrie Roberts. But after the separate law enforcement agency agents warned her of the penalties for lying to federal officers, Ms. McCabe then revealed that she had also contacted John O'Keefe's mother, the NDAO, and Brian Albert. Miss McCabe made sure to warn other House defendants immediately, like Brian Albert and Matthew McCabe, that another agency was asking questions. The coordination between the House defendants and MSP, Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully was also not short-lived. For example, in the evening of September 25th, 2023, McCabe visited Proctor's house. This visit by a key witness in a murder case to the home of the lead investigator is not explained or even acknowledged or mentioned in any MSP report. In fact, Reed's criminal defense team only learned of McCabe's visit to Proctor's house when a photo of her Jeep was publicized. That's not true. That statement is not true. To say, in fact. Furthermore, in 2024, on the eve of Miss Reed's first trial, Miss Reed's team learned that McCabe had visited CPD Sergeant Link. See, this is how I know that they need a criminal researcher, who was the ranking CPD officer on scene on January 29th at his personal residence at 5:43 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and stayed until 6:28 p.m. And they said that they stayed in the car. Yeah, because they probably waited for the other car to like heat up and warm up, and they all were talking in the one car. Yeah. It was only after Miss Reed's attorneys shared this data with the Commonwealth 2 weeks before McCabe's trial testimony that Tully met with members of the NDAO and McCabe to discuss her visit to Link's home. Neither Tully, Proctor, nor any other trooper memorialized this meeting or McCabe's visit to Sergeant Link's home. Furthermore, McCabe later testified on May 21st, 2024, that she went straight to Sergeant Link's house from One Meadows on January 30th, but her cellular data shows that 2 was false, that 2 was false. McCabe's phone shows she stopped at 34 Fairview Road from 5:36 p.m. until 5:40 to pick up motherfucking who? Nicole. God, my shit just is lining up perfectly. And even after this case was filed, some of the investigators have continued to coordinate and work with the House defendants. What time did they end up getting over there? 5:36 to 5:40. 5:43. Look at that. Personal residence at 5:43. God damn it. And even after this case was filed, some of the investigators have continued to work. For example, in the fall of 2025, defendant Buchnick repeatedly fundraised for the House defendants. Oh my God, look at this. This is Mark Betterow right here. Mark Betterow. He's over here saying, hey, if anybody has any information, okay, about Buchnick fundraising, remember all that? Muted. It's not muted. For example, in the fall of 2025, wow, this is all from, what's his name? Hold on. $136. That is all day Betterow. Maybe he should focus on his client's case. That's wild. Okay, I need to make my note there. Okay, so he urged support for the House defendants against Miss Reed's evil, chaos, and lunacy. Okay. Wow. 137. Proctor wrote more than 1/3 of the police reports in this case, testified at the state grand jury 3 separate times, interviewed every member of the Albert and McCabe families, and had possession at least until March 14th of all of John O'Keefe's clothing and all of the taillight pieces found broken from the housing process Mr. O'Keefe's traversed that day, or the day that Miss Reed was arraigned, and had access and reviewed all the ring videos, had access to and reviewed the surveillance from C.F. McCarthy's, had possession of all of the CPD Sallyport and driveway videos, had numerous other critical investigative activities. And yet, once evidence of Proctor's conflicts and lies became public, and that would be in 2023. April. He was extricated from the case in an effort to hide him from the jury and sanitize the compromised investigation, while Miss Reed was forced to trial not once but twice. Ultimately, Michael Proctor was relieved from duty and transferred out of the Detective Unit of Norfolk County District Attorney's Office on July 7th, 2024, mere days after the conclusion of Miss Reed's first trial. Proctor was terminated from the MSP on March 19th, 2025. Woohoo! Upon a release from the district attorney of more implicating text messages from Proctor's phone on October 18th, 2025, Proctor officially withdrew his application with the Civil Service Commission. On September 23rd, 2024, an MSP internal affairs investigation found Yuri Buchanan, quote unquote, failed to perform his supervisory duties in an ongoing investigation. On July 7th, 2025, Buchanan was transferred out of the NDAO detective unit and resigned to an administrative role in another division. He was reassigned to an administrative role. Damn. On October 18th, 2024, Brian Tully was disciplined and reassigned from SPDU and stripped of his detective designation. Tully was given special dispensation by Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey to continue detective work on the Reed case despite his demotion because of his behavior on this case. Upon information and belief, MSP troopers David DeChico and Jeffrey Katakowski were also disciplined for their misconduct associated with MSP's investigation of Miss Reed. Nearly every instance of such discipline in Proctor's unit occurred before this case was even fully adjudicated in the second trial. Proctor himself admitted to a trial board in March of 2025 that he informed his superiors Buchanan, Fanning, and Tully in February of 2024 before the first trial that he had testified before a berating U.S. attorney regarding the prejudicial messages on his phone and his relationship with the Alberts. Nevertheless, no member in Proctor's chain of command or in the MSP sought to discipline these individuals until after Miss Reed stood trial. Now counts. Malicious prosecution under the Fourth Amendment. Fuck yeah. Malicious prosecution. 1983. Yeah. The proceedings paragraphs are incorporated herein by reference. Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully violated Miss Reed's Fourth Amendment rights by engaging in a malicious prosecution of Miss Reed by causing her to be seized pursuant to legal process unsupported by probable cause. The criminal proceedings against Miss Reed terminated in her favor when she was acquitted of murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of an accident with a death. Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully caused Miss Reed to be seized without probable cause, as described above, including but not limited to by leading, handling, and participating in the O'Keefe investigation, even though Proctor was conflicted due to personal relationships with various witnesses, suspects, and potential suspects, which conflict led to Miss Reed's unlawful treatment. Handling the investigation, even though Proctor had extreme personal negative bias towards Karen Reed. Yep, you're fucked with that. Violating MSP's rules, policies, and procedures in all aspects of the investigation, 1000%. That's what I want them to stick to. I mean, this was egregious as fuck. Planting, fabricating, and manipulating evidence, falsifying documents. Yes, I agree with 1000%. Preparing false affidavits, 1000%, and committing perjury, yes. Failing to secure evidence and the crime scene, obtain evidence timely and appropriately, yep. And allowing them to destroy potential exculpatory evidence. Failing to consider and present exculpatory evidence to prosecutors and the grand jury investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death, such as the evident dog bite injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm and evidence that his injuries were caused by an altercation and not by a vehicle strike. Following her indictment by a grand jury, Miss Reed was rearrested without probable cause, forced to pay a $100,000 bond to be released from custody, and required to comply with numerous pretrial release provisions. These post-arrangement deprivations of liberty constitute seizure under the Fourth Amendment. They do. Those deprivations continued during Miss Reed's second trial, in part because of Proctor's false testimony at Miss Reed's first trial. Among other things, Proctor falsely testified that A, when he first saw the taillight on Miss Reed's car at Miss Reed's parents' house in Dighton, it had large pieces missing, and the shattered taillight displayed at the first trial, as photographed on February 1st, 2008, was in the same condition as it was on January 29th. So you're not able to make that claim based on what I'm saying, and that it was done in the driveway. He and Buchnick never touched any part of Miss Reed's vehicle when it was stored in the CPD Sallyport. Lies. Again, that's if he was the planter of, the glass and stuff like that, right? He retrieved taillight pieces on subsequent searches at the Alberts' home when he knew he had deposited or arranged for someone to deposit taillight pieces at the property. Chris and Julie Albert were his loose acquaintances rather than friends, and What? Yeah, he testified that way. And his statement and sworn affidavits all claiming the license was seized at 5:30, but it wasn't. Yeah, they were typos. Thus, Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully, acting under the color of law, violated Miss Reed's Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable searches and seizures. 1,000% correct. And see, so this is what I'm saying. I'm saying then how can Karen Reed's phone in any capacity be used against her, because they would have never had it? And then Turtle Boy goes and gets fucking arrested. And then he fucking has to get her involved because he's fucking talking to Lindsay Gaetani, and that's what he wanted. I mean, fuck. Yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see the Canton police from the show. I want to see him pulling in, actually parking the vehicle in the parking lot, and have it show all the way by the street. Yeah. Unchecked power. Also, let's see here. As approximate results of this misconduct, Miss Reed was wrongfully prosecuted for Mr. Oakey's death and made to defend herself in 2 trials in the Superior Court for Norfolk County, resulting in the loss of employment, reputational damages, and millions of dollars of legal expenses, as well as serious emotional and physical distress and injury. In addition to an award of damages for these harms, Miss Reed is entitled to her attorney fees, costs, interest, and punitive damages. The preceding paragraphs are incorporated herein by reference, and this is supervisor liability. A supervisor is liable under 42. Yep, when the supervisor supervises, trains, or hires a subordinate with deliberate indifference towards the possibility that the subordinate deficiency or deficient performance will result in deprivation of an individual's constitutional rights. Fuck yeah. Buchnick and Tully knew or should have known that there was a grave risk that Proctor would fail to investigate the Alberts, with whom he had a close personal relationship, which he had disclosed. They also knew or should have known that there was a grave risk Proctor would wrongly seek to have Miss Reed charged, given the manifest of bias evidence in his text messages, which were sent to Buchanan, among others. When were those sent to them? What was the date on that? Like, basically, what's going to be amazing is they're going to say you had opportunities to end this. You had opportunities to end this, and you didn't. Okay. And I just think that's going to be like huge. Buchanan and Tully could have taken easily available steps to avoid a constitutionally deficient, malicious prosecution of Miss Reed right there. Those measures include, but are not limited to, replacing Proctor with an unbiased investigator that had no personal relationship with anyone involved in Mr. O'Keefe's death, safeguarding the crime scene, and the physical evidence, including Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and 47 pieces of taillight material and 19 pieces of glass from various sources to prevent anyone from planting, manufacturing, or manipulating evidence. 3, initiating timely searches at the Alberts' house, and 4, quickly seizing the cell phones and other forms of electronic evidence in the possession of the Alberts, the McCabe's, and Higgins, which would have prevented their later manipulation and destruction. By not taking any of those measures, Buchnick and Tully permitted Proctor, and Tully permitted Buchnick to violate Miss Reed's Fourth Amendment rights against unreasonable searches and seizures, and thus themselves violated Miss Reed's Fourth Amendment rights. In these ways and others, Buchnick's conduct constituted condonation of or acquaintances to Proctor's behavior or gross negligence amounting to deliberate indifference. Yep, I would say that one. In these ways and others, Tully's conduct constitutes condonation of or, yep, gross negligence amounting to deliberate, yep. As proximate result of their breaches, Miss Reed was wrongfully prosecuted for Mr. O'Keefe's death, resulting in the loss of employment. Yep, all that stuff. Yep. She's entitled to attorney fees. That. Conspiracy to deprive Miss Reed of her Fourth Amendment right. So conspiracy against Proctor, Buchnick, Tully, the Alberts, the McCabe's, and the Higginses of the world. Proctor, Buchnick, Tully, and the Alberts, the McCabe's, and Higgins shared a common design and acted in concert to frame Miss Reed for Mr. O'Keefe's death. 163. Are you going to be able to prove count 3? Count 3. 163 to me. As part of their concerted efforts and among their many other misrepresentations, the Alberts, McCabe's, and Higgins agreed with each other to tell investigators that Mr. O'Keefe never entered the house, that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe in the house that night, and that Miss Reed made inculpatory statements on the morning of January 29th. When they made these statements, the House defendants did so only because they were aware that Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully would also act similarly by solely investigating Miss Reed. And now, how are you going to be able to prove that? How do you know that they would have been on the case? Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully, how do you know that? Because Canton Police Department is before them. Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully knew or should have known that the statements made to them by the House defendants were false, and that obvious and easily obtainable evidence existed demonstrating Mr. O'Keefe went into the house. Well, what existed that went into the house? What's really going to help them is this Ian Whiffen shit. Okay, Ian Whiffen is going to help. They went out and sought the expert, after Richard Green did what he did. They went and sought Ian Whiffen, and they cannot be in some conspiracy when they're going and seeking Ian Whiffen. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Instead, because of their close personal and professional ties to the House defendants, Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully agreed with each other to use the House defendants' misrepresentations as the predicate for and implicate direction to conduct an investigation that solely targeted Miss Reed, to the exclusion of everyone and anyone else. In furtherance of this plan, among other unlawful conduct, Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully agreed, number A, is to continue to handle the investigation even though they had personal relationships with suspects in the murder, which led to unlawful and favorable treatment of potential suspects. To continue to handle the investigation even though they had biases against investigating the House defendants because of the House defendants' ties to law enforcement. But they would have any ties to law enforcement. C, to continue to handle the investigation even though they had exhibited an extreme and personal negative bias towards Karen Reed. Yeah, I mean, C, you're going to be able to do because you're going to be able to say that the nudes, right? And like to violate rules, policies, and procedures in all aspects of investigation. Yeah, to plant to not secure evidence in crime scene, to not wasn't Tully at the search shit? But to say this was a conspiracy versus that these motherfuckers are all just fucking they're just incompetent. I think conspiracy is going to be interesting. I want to know if they're able to prove that. All I have to do is just not by beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, it's by preponderance of the evidence. It just, is it more than likely did that happen? You know, they can use everything. Yes, Kate. Yes, I agree. Okay. So with that said, we're almost there. The McCabe's and the Alberts coordinated their efforts through text messages, phone calls, and conversations. Higgins and Brian Albert coordinated their efforts through telephone calls and texts on their phones, which were later destroyed. So my question is like, how are you going to show that the Higgins, the Alberts, and the McCabe's coordinated with Proctor and Buchanan and Tully versus like, what if it was just Proctor? What if it was just what if Tully, I mean, I don't know. Acting pursuant to the plan, Proctor and Buchanan interviewed the McCabe's. Okay, so here, this is how they want to say that they did it. Finally, Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully coordinated with the Alberts and McCabe's through Proctor's sister, Courtney, who communicated frequently with Julie Albert. But you know, the Alberts, why would Julie and Chris Albert not be involved in it? Why wouldn't they be in this? Acting pursuant to the plan, Proctor and Buchanan interviewed the McCabe's, Brian Albert, in a cursory manner and all at the same location midday on January 29th, and Nicole Albert on February 3rd. And that's what's great. Why do you think that they interviewed Nicole Albert on February 3rd? Because maybe Nicole Albert wasn't around on January 29th. Her car is missing, remember? Her car is missing. Oh, yeah, interesting. I'm just saying. Kim K0117 says, "Hey, Liana, I wanted to apologize for calling you a bad name. I actually been watching your content and you're very interesting." Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate your apology. Mm-hmm. Proctor and Buchanan did not search the Alberts' phones or home where there was likely evidence of Mr. O'Keefe's murder. Brian Albert and Higgins destroyed or discarded their phones, blah, blah. As a result of the conspiracy between and among them, I have a question for you guys. Why didn't Brian Albert and any of them destroy any of their stuff before? Like, they really think that they're that, like, wow. Why didn't they destroy it, like, right away? Brian Albert, I think that I would try to use that to my advantage to show like they didn't even have a care in the world. As a result of the conspiracy between and among them, Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully never investigated the House defendants, and instead, Miss Reed was wrongfully arrested and prosecuted in violation of her Fourth Amendment rights. Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, and the House defendants acted in unison and had a particular power of coercion over Miss Reed because Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully were the state police employees investigating Mr. O'Keefe's murder, and the House defendants were able to direct the investigation solely towards Miss Reed because of their personal and professional connections to Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully, and their superior knowledge of police and criminal investigations as a result of their own work in and connected to law enforcement. House defendant Jennifer McCabe also lied to agents of a separate law enforcement agency when they interviewed her about Mr. O'Keefe's death, and at the end of investigation into and along with other House defendants took steps in furtherance of their scheme through each of Reed's criminal trials. I think I'm going to say and. The proximate result of Miss Reed's wrongful prosecution was her loss, obviously, of all these things, millions of dollars of expenses, and serious emotional and physical distress and injury. Now we have count 4, which is Massachusetts Civil Rights Act. The proceeding, Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, House defendants interfered or attempted to interfere with Miss Reed's exercise or enjoyment of her rights under the federal rights. And yes, God damn it, this is what the big one is. Among other acts, by manufacturing and planting evidence, not securing the crime scene, not searching the Alberts' home or the Alberts and Higgins' phones, ignoring exculpatory evidence such as the dog bite. Proctor, Buchanan caused Miss Reed's wrongful indictment, arrest, and prosecution, and thereby interfered and attempted to interfere with her rights under the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution, Article 14 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, by falsely representing that Mr. O'Keefe never entered the Alberts' house, and by relocating his body to the location on the Alberts' property where they would claim Miss Reed dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. The Alberts, the McCabe's, and the Higgins caused Miss Reed's wrongful indictment, arrest, and prosecution. That's the key one right there. 178 to me, where they would claim that she dropped him off. See, she's not claiming that she dropped him off there. Where they would claim. See? Where they would claim Miss Reed dropped off Mr. O'Keefe. I think that's important. As part of their attempt to direct law enforcement towards Reed, at least some of the House defendants also provided false testimony at Reed's criminal trials. False testimony. House defendant Jennifer McCabe also lied to agents of special law enforcement. We know that. Miss Reed's wrongful indictment, arrest, moreover, the House defendants and Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully's conduct amounted to threats, intimidation, and coercion designed to force Miss Reed to give up her defense and plead guilty to a crime she did not commit. Their conduct amounts to threats, intimidation, and coercion designed to force Miss Reed. When did that happen, though? Basically, the overcharging is like you have not, like, she'll plead. As a proximate result, so we went over that. Count 5, common law malicious prosecution. These criminal proceedings were insinuated with malice, as evidenced by Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully's knowledge that it was based on false evidence. Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully's bias and ill will towards Miss Reed, and for the improper purpose to protect Proctor's friends and acquaintances, the Alberts. The criminal proceeding terminated in Miss Reed's favor when she was acquitted of murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of an accident with a death, by falsely representing that Mr. O'Keefe never entered the Alberts' house, and by reclaiming about it. Where Jennifer McCabe would claim Miss Reed dropped off Mr. O'Keefe. That was actually not her. That was actually Matt McCabe. And then somehow it got morphed to her. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins also caused Miss Reed's wrongful indictment, arrest, and prosecution by destroying or discarding their phones, eliminating exculpatory evidence. As part of their attempts to direct law enforcement towards Miss Reed, at least some of the House defendants also provided false testimony. Yep, as approximate results. Okay, we already know that. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. You know, I think the whole her calling him that 1229 call that was answered for 7 seconds is going to be fucking huge. In my opinion, John answered that phone call. It's an answered call for 7 seconds. I think by the preponderance of the evidence, one cannot assume and think that was a butt dial. Okay. And when you show that at 1229, that call, you know, where everybody would have been located. All right. And you show the pull behind me. Okay. That cannot possibly be Jen McCabe in the fucking driveway. It has to be her in the fucking on the street. I'm sorry, but that's just fucking the laws of fucking common sense. There's nowhere to park. So they just need to listen to Lana. By manufacturing, so this intentional infliction of emotional distress is, let me just pull this down. I don't know. What number? 195. By manufacturing and planting evidence, not securing the crime scene, not searching the Alberts' home or the Alberts and Higgins' phones, and ignoring exculpatory evidence such as Mr. O'Keefe's dog bite injuries and lack of injuries consistent with a vehicle strike, Proctor, Buchnick, and Tully caused Miss Reed's indictment, arrest, and prosecution. By falsely representing that Mr. O'Keefe never entered the Albert house. And by relocating his body to the location on the Albert property where Jennifer McCabe claimed Miss Reed dropped Mr. O'Keefe. The Alberts, the McCabes, and Higgins caused Miss Reed's wrongful indictment, arrest, and prosecution of Miss Reed. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins also caused Miss Reed's wrongful indictment, arrest, and prosecution by destroying or discarding their phones, eliminating exculpatory evidence. As part of their attempt to direct law enforcement towards Reed, at least some of the House defendants also provided false testimony at Reed's criminal trials. Yep, we know all that, so they're just claiming the same things. The defendant's conduct perverted the justice system, which allowed Mr. O'Keefe's true killer to escape liability and threatened to imprison Miss Reed. It is the type of behavior that threatens civilized society and is therefore extreme and outrageous. It is extreme and outrageous. As approximate result of defendant's actions, Miss Reed suffered serious emotional and physical distress and injuries. She did, and she can prove that. Oh, civil conspiracy. This is what I'm talking about, bitches. This is what I said I'd take all you motherfuckers down for. Right there. Civil conspiracy. And you know what? I want a class action because we can do a civil conspiracy against fucking Aiden Carney. If y'all want that fucking house on Winthrop, okay? With the pool and shit. You guys, civil conspiracy is a real thing. Now, let's see I want to see what we can get off of count 7 here. This is what I love it. 202. against Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, the Alberts, McCabe, and Higgins. Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, the Alberts, McCabe, and Higgins shared a common design and acted in concert to frame Miss Reed for Mr. O'Keefe's death. I think that Meredith O'Neill should pay really close attention to this. As part of their concerted efforts, and among their many other misrepresentations, the Alberts, McCabe's, and Higgins agreed with each other to tell investigators that Mr. O'Keefe never entered the house. That was the agreement. Tell them they never entered the home. Matt McCabe's text message is going to sink them with that, in my opinion. That they did not see Mr. O'Keefe in the house that night, and that Miss Reed made inculpatory statements on the morning of January 29th. Carrie Roberts is going to sink that ship too. When they made these statements, the House defendants did so only because they were aware that Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully would also act similarly by solely investigating Miss Reed. And I want to know how they would know that. Okay. And they're saying it's because of basically Julie Albert. And I think more it's like a link. I can't believe that they're not talking about how that would have originated with Canton, with Higgins, the Higgins, like Proctor and Higgins and that relationship. And maybe it'll come out more about, but Kevin Albert is going to be an amazing deposition. Kevin Albert. And I want to know how much time goes into the prep for Kevin Albert's deposition, because I mean, you really have to be prepared for the answers and the best way that you can prepare is don't assume what the fuck they're going to say. Everything deserves a follow-up question with when they say something that you're just like, huh? But you also want to be careful that you want to leave a little meat on the bone for them to hang themselves. That goes for anybody that's doing a deposition. Only answer the question that's asked of you. Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully knew or should have known that the statements made to them by the House defendants were fucking false, man. And that obvious and easily obtainable evidence existed demonstrating that Mr. O'Keefe went into the house where he was involved in a physical altercation during which he was beaten up, fell back, gashing his head, and attacked by a dog. Instead, because of their close personal and professional ties to the House defendants, Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully agreed with each other to use the House defendants' misrepresentations as a predicate for an implicate direction to conduct an investigation that solely targeted Miss Reed to the exclusion of everyone and anyone else. In furtherance of the conspiracy, Proctor, Tully, and Buchanan agreed to fabricate, plant, and manipulate evidence purporting to show that Miss Reed's vehicle hit Mr. O'Keefe. Pursuant to their plan, Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully carried out multiple overt acts, including damaging the tail light on Miss Reed's vehicle while it was in the town of Canton's Sallyport, not securing the crime scene and depositing taillight pieces on January 29th prior to MSP CERT team's arrival on site. Again, I blame that on Higgins, and I blame that because Karen Reed's vehicle was available over in the driveway. No. In addition, Proctor deposited some of the broken taillight pieces on Mr. O'Keefe's clothing while the clothing was in unprotected custody. Proctor also deposited glass, alleged to have been from a cocktail glass, on the bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus sometime prior to the vehicle's processing by MSPCL. Another part of the conspiracy was to take coordinated steps to ignore and destroy potentially exculpatory evidence that pointed to other suspects like the Alberts and Higgins. Like the Alberts. Alberts is plural. And Higgins. The McCabe's, the Alberts, and Higgins coordinated through text messages, phone calls, and on information and belief conversations. Higgins and Brian Albert coordinated through telephone calls and on information and belief texts on their phones, which were later destroyed or discarded. Finally, Proctor coordinated with the Alberts and McCabe's through his sister Courtney, who spoke frequently with Julie Albert. Acting pursuant to the plan, Proctor and Buchanan interviewed the McCabe's and Brian Albert in a cursory manner the morning of January 29th and Nicole on February 3rd. All told the same false story that Mr. O'Keefe never entered the Alberts' home. Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully also only interviewed Higgins once with his attorney at his attorney's home and did not secure or search Higgins' phone or search for communications between him, the Alberts, and the McCabe's. Pursuant to the coordinated plan, Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully also did not search the Alberts' phones, plural, or home where there was likely evidence of O'Keefe's murder. Further, Brian Albert and Higgins destroyed or discarded their phones, destroying evidence of the murder and cover-up. Following Mr. O'Keefe's death, among other acts, the McCabe's and Alberts agreed to make it look like Mr. O'Keefe died due to exposure after being hit by Miss Reed's car. As part of this common plan, Brian Albert and Higgins, both law enforcement officers familiar with investigations, communicated at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th after Higgins left the house. Shortly thereafter, as part of the plan, Jennifer McCabe deleted a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th for how long it takes a person to die in the cold. One or more of them relocated Mr. O'Keefe's body and deposited it in front of the Alberts' house where Jennifer McCabe claimed Miss Reed had dropped Mr. O'Keefe off earlier. The McCabe's and Alberts then coordinated what they would say to the police, all of them falsely telling investigators that Mr. O'Keefe never entered the house. At least some of the House defendants also provided false testimony at Reed's criminal trials. House defendant Jennifer McCabe also lied to the agents. Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, and the House defendants acted in unison and had particular power of coercion over Miss Reed because Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully were the state police employees investigating Mr. O'Keefe's murder, and the House defendants were able to direct that investigation solely towards Miss Reed because of their professional and personal relationships and connections to Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully, and their superior knowledge of police and criminal investigations as a result of their own work in and connection to law enforcement. Proctor's, Buchanan's, and Tully's and the House defendants' conduct described herein were unlawful. They were fucking unlawful. Unlawful. And tortious. Among other things, they constitute intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, common law malicious prosecution, and violation of Miss Reed's rights pursuant to the United States Constitution and the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. We fucking demand a goddamn jury. Miss Reed respectfully requests a jury trial on all matters so triable. And we are seeking enter a judgment in her favor and against each relevant defendant on each count of this complaint. Award her damages in an amount to be calculated at trial along with pre- and post-judgment interest, costs, and expenses. Award her reasonable attorney fees incurred in connection with this litigation and any other applicable statute or law, and grant her other such relief as the court deems equitable and just. Alan Jackson Damon. There we go. It's a wrap. I only needed one part. What do you guys think? House long until Karen Reed receives a dime. Wow. All right. We'll see you on the next one. 3 hours and 24 minutes. I need to go rest my throat up. Thank you guys for listening. Thoughts? I have a question. Was there a party at the Alberts and young adults there? Yep. People were under the age of 21. I want to know the 2 bombs Lana said Karen Reed would have to handle from action. She's got him. First time here, just found you. 3 hours in. I salute you. When was Higgs added, or was he always named? He was always going to be a House defendant. It was definitely Aiden who sent the recording, and yes, I'm ready for that. Yeah, it's coming. I can't wait until the civil trial. I think it should happen quicker than people think. Because of the O'Keefes, it'll happen quicker. I think it should all happen together. But we'll see. Thank you. Simple Me Too. Turtle Boy's dad is an attorney? What? Who is putting out this blasphemy? Let's do some shots. Fuck it. I do want to read one thing before we go. A little excerpt from Turtle Boy's book. Just because I want to laugh a little. Hey, Bella, can we do some shots? I'm eating a licorice. I want 4 shots lined up so you can just... Okay. Well, I want to read this chapter 13, Lawsuits. That's the name of the chapter in his book. Lawsuits. The whole existence of Turtle Boy centers on the idea that we will not be silenced. While others voluntarily censor themselves out of fear of retaliation, Turtle Boy keeps voicing his or her opinions and calling out people whose behavior deserves to be called out. The First Amendment affords us this right, and we intend on exercising it. When boycotts and smear campaigns failed to stop us from talking, some began resorting to another method of attempted censorship: lawsuits. Fuck yeah. Woo, Bella baby. Shake it. Cheers. Happy birthday, Lana. It's my birthday week. Cheers. Now, court is not cheap, says Turtle Boy. Okay. But let's back up. Libel laws exist to protect people who have been damaged by intentional lies, but they're hard to win for a reason. The courts would be setting a dangerous precedent if people could silence others by filing libel lawsuits whenever a publication is critical of them. Nevertheless, citizens are free to pursue libel damage so long as they are willing to pay the associated court fees and come along with it. That's what it says. Fees that come along with it. Court is not cheap, and neither are lawyers. So a common way for our critics to try to silence us is by filing frivolous libel lawsuits. Although most people who file these do so with the intention of winning a judgment and having content unpublished, all of them thus far have lost. Motherfucker, here we go, bitch. All of them have lost. However, lawsuits for both plaintiffs and defendants can be extremely expensive, and some have used this to their advantage to try to bankrupt our company. Boop, boop, boop. Not now. Not now. Bye. Ban. You're done. The fucking hypocritical irony. Oh my God, the audacity. I know. Isn't this hilarious? Reading this shit? Wait for this. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, Jesus, this book is just the gift that keeps giving. It's just fucking hilarious to me. I'm like, wow. Cheers. Happy birthday to myself. Can't cheers with wine. Wine and dine 69. All right, cheers. All right, here we go. Turtle Boy says, in the words of Turtle Boy, he says that, however, lawsuits for both plaintiffs and defendants can be extremely expensive, and some have used this to try or to their advantage to try to bankrupt our company. Turtle Boy calls out a lot of people doing a lot of bad things, and in doing so, we make a lot of enemies. The instant reaction for many of those featured on Turtle Boy is the infamous internet lawsuit. We've been threatened with lawsuits more times than I can count. That's because an unintended side effect of the internet and social media is that everyone now has a law degree. The most common internet lawsuit threat is defamation, more commonly known as deformation, to the majority of people who think they understand what that word means. I wish I was kidding, but so many people actually call it deformation. What? Who the fuck calls it that? It happens at least 50% of the time the word is used, and it never gets less funny. What? One thing I have learned is the difference between libel and slander, which most people don't seem to comprehend. Both slander and libel are forms of defamation. Defamation is when you maliciously and knowingly lie about a person. Yes, Turtle Boy, let's talk about that. You are knowingly lying about me. Should be very careful. Shouldn't do that. That's defamation, is when you maliciously and knowingly lie about a person and it causes them monetary damages. Slander is spoken defamation, whereas libel is written defamation. Since we write blogs at Turtle Boy Sports, the lawsuits we should be threatened with are libel. Well, you also get them on a mic. The founding fathers didn't want the courts to be able to censor controversial speech. They envisioned a guy with a printing press banging out pamphlets about the newly elected governor of Massachusetts, and they wanted to protect his right to dissent. They realized that for a democracy to work, people have to be able to criticize public figures. For people to make informed voting decisions, they have to be able to hear from competing sides of political issue. If courts were able to shut down the guy with the printing press, then we wouldn't have a real democracy, because he'd only be able to hear one side of the issue. For that reason, we've never successfully been sued for libel, and we don't plan on it in the future. The best way to avoid it is to always publish the truth. Shut the fuck up, Lana. What'd you just say? Yeah. He says to always publish the truth. Oh my God. What the fuck? There's a first time for everything. Always publish the truth. Oh, the Karen Reed case just keeps giving us fucking. Luckily, opinions cannot be true or false. And a significant amount of our blogs are opinion based. If a Turtle Boy blogger thinks you're crazy, he or she can say so. If they think your protest is stupid, then they can say that too. If they want to call you a what? Fupa sloth, they can. A fupa sloth. Nowhere in the First Amendment does it say you have to be nice or you're not allowed to call people funny names. Sadly, many people don't understand this fairly simple concept. We've also been threatened with lawsuits for copyright violations several times by established mainstream media outlets and independent photographers, known as photographers. A lot of bloggers, when they first get here, think they can just go to Google Image and use pictures they find there. However, nope, a photographer's work belongs to them, and no one else should be able to profit off of it. When we use images from magazines and Mass Live early on, we received polite emails from reporters like Lindsay, whoever the fuck this is, Walter Bird, telling us that although they supported what we were doing, they asked that we not use their images. This was completely understandable and a teachable moment for our bloggers. The Telegram and Gazette handled it a different way, though. On many occasions, I received cease and desist from the Telegram lawyers demanding that certain images be removed. Although I don't write all the blogs, I am the one who gets sued since it's my company, and thus I immediately complied with the takedown notice is legitimate. The ironic thing is that the Telegram has gone to great lengths to pretend that Turtle Boy is an irrelevant blog and not a legitimate news source. The mere fact that they considered Turtle Boy such a threat that they would feel the need to hire an attorney to send us a letter like this seems to suggest that they might consider us relevant after all. Little did they know, there is an easy way around this. Twitter. Twitter. If you embed a tweet onto a blog like Turtle Boy and then tweet and that tweet contains a picture, then that picture will be seen on the blog with the tweet. Since Twitter is legally a publisher, they maintain editorial control of content on their platform. It is technically Twitter that published the picture, not the blog on which the tweet is embedded. Coincidentally, a couple years ago, a Twitter parody account of a Telegram editor, Karen Weber, was created. Party Karen. What? Party Warren Kibler. What is this shit? Tweets out a lot of images that are owned by the Telegram and Gazette. If we see an image she tweets out and we'd like to use it in our blog, all we have to do is embed her tweets onto our platform. We have not received a single cease and desist letter since she was born. So basically, Turtle Boy went and created a fake account on Twitter and started posting stuff there on Twitter under Karen, and then used that to be able to put it in his blog. He's telling on himself. I love it. Let's continue. One of the most enjoyable things for Turtle Riders are the side characters created by Turtle Riders. Gupta Patel is a popular one that many believe is a Turtle Boy blogger, but he's not. Desk Girl was a character created by South Shore Turtle Girl, and everyone loves Deskie's responses to angry people in our inbox. But perhaps the greatest Turtle Boy side character ever created was the guy who showed up in the comments whenever someone threatened a lawsuit. Attorney Richard N. Volva. I swear he does not work for us. Volva presents himself as our arch nemesis, and it's staggering how many of the people we've blogged about think he's real. Whoever controls that account has sent us many screenshots of hilarious messages and emails he's received from people looking to pursue deformation suits against us. It was all fun and games until we had our first real lawsuit filed against us in a real court of law. Gordon Davis is a well-known protester. He's also crazy. He wears ridiculous, often fluorescent outfits to protest. He carries multiple cardboard signs with him that say things like, in quotes, "end the school to prison pipeline." He looks remarkably like a homeless person panhandling on the corner, and he sounds even crazier when he posts his opinions on Facebook. Since he frequently found a way to make it into blogs, he decided to sue us in February of 2016 and acted as his own counsel. He wanted damages of $150,000 for libel. Gordon Davis evidently makes a living by pretending to be a real lawyer and gives legal advice to people. At least he says he makes money that way. I can't imagine anyone would hand someone like him any of their hard-earned money and expect a return on their investment. He posted a picture of the man in the book. Gordon claimed that we called him crazy And as a result, he lost $150,000 worth of business. The problems for him were that 1, calling someone crazy is an opinion. 2, many reasonable people would conclude that he is, in fact, crazy. 3, nothing said in any of the blogs about him was factually untrue. 4, the blogs were not written maliciously to cause him monetary damage. And 5, he couldn't produce a single client who decided to stop doing business with him based off of what they read in the blog. All of those things are needed to prove liable against a publisher. Luckily, one of the greatest people you will ever meet, Margaret Malikan, is an experienced attorney who has volunteered to defend us pro bono on several occasions. She is witty, outspoken, and resourceful, just like Dick and Vulva. Get it? She was a staple of the comment section when she began posting delightful limericks that eventually won her the Best Poet Award for Worcester magazine. Worcester. Margaret was a big fan of the blog and believer in what we were doing, but contrary to urban legends, she does not work for the blog. She wasn't going to let someone like Gordon Davis take down the only media outlet in the area that exposes real news. So she volunteered to help us out with this frivolous case. And this is what separates her from most attorneys. She takes cases that she believes in rather than easy paydays. Fucking Mark Bellerose, what's up, baby? What's up, Brado, baby? I know. Damn. Oh boy. As mentioned, Gordon Davis unwisely chose to represent himself, even though he's not a real lawyer. Unfortunately for him, Margaret is a real lawyer, and it didn't take her long to have the case dismissed. In his ruling, the judge actually said that there was no way Gordon Davis could know who wrote any of the blogs. So he could not successfully sue me personally. Representing Turtle Boy has come at a cost for Margaret, though, which should scare us all. She does not work for us in any capacity. She just believes in the First Amendment and enjoys reading the blog. This didn't matter to the protesters who gave her the same treatment they'd given me. They called her a racist and demanded she not be able to attain. They called her a racist and demanded she not be able to attain employment. Luckily, Margaret, like the manager from Benny's, has thick Irish skin and a fucking fat ass and could care less what these people think of her. However, in early 2017, Margaret applied for a position on a city board. In order to make it on, she had to be appointed by an unelected body of citizens, which included Walter Bird and a well-known and vocal protester, Edel. During the interview, Edel questioned Margaret at an open meeting about her association with Turtle Boy, which Edel called a hate blog. Margaret pointed out that all she did was represent us in court and occasionally wrote harmless limericks on Facebook. For that reason, she was denied a spot on the board she was trying to get on. And this is something that should concern people everywhere. It's one of the grossest violation of the First Amendment and free speech I've ever seen. A woman who was more than qualified to serve on a city board was denied that opportunity because she admitted to reading and commenting on a blog. She never once broke any laws or posted anything remotely controversial. She was being punished for things she read. The Citizens Board acts as an arm of the government, and this action was a step towards If government agencies don't allow people to serve on boards because of what they choose to read, then we are not living in a free society. Even worse, despite being overly qualified to serve, she was essentially blacklisted because of who she chose to represent in court. If lawyers have to worry about being blacklisted for representing controversial clients, then it's also a threat to our judicial system. Turtle Boy, you are a motherfucking criminal. And you're a dumb one. And a dumb one at that. What would happen to lawyers who represented clients accused of rape or murder? I wonder what would happen. Luckily, Margaret is crafty and knows her rights. She reapplied for the position, and since Turtle Boy made so much noise about the injustice against her, there was no way they could keep her off again. Exactly. Made so much noise. Turtle Boy made so much noise. Edel voted against her the second time around, but Margaret got through anyways, prompting Edel to resign. This is what more people need to do. Fight back against the thought police. The thought police who think they can censor other people because they've arbitrarily deemed contrasting opinions as hate speech. Since then, we've had other lawsuits filed against us. Washed Up rapper sued the company and I in early 2017 over a comment made on our non-official, unverified Twitter account, which multiple people controlled. There was a Talbot tweets hundreds of times a day, and 99% of the time he is calling someone else a racist, despite having more than 1.2 million followers. This person responds to almost every person who responds to his ridiculous tweets, and mostly all calls him racist. When you're not making music, you have plenty of free time. One day after @TurtleBoy Sports responded to something he said, we were shocked to see him get into a back and forth with the account. He then found the Buffalo Bruisers article and used it to spread the lie that I am the only person who works for Turtle Boy and that I am a predator who sexually harassed a young woman at the Patriots-Bills game. To point out how absurd this was, a follower created a website called Buffalo Bruisers. In it, they mock the absurdity of this rapper, believing everything he reads on the internet by publishing an alleged interview with an unnamed 14-year-old girl who claimed this rapper sexually assaulted her. The @TurtleBoy Sports account did exactly what Talbot did, tweet out a link to this unsubstantiated article as some sort of evidence of wrongdoing. What the fuck is going on? What is this about? But anyways, of course, this went way, way over his head. He assumed I wrote both the defamatory blog about him and the tweet. So he paid a lawyer to send us a demand letter for cash and a retraction of the blog we did not publish on Buffalo Bruisers. He sued me in civil court in New York, but eventually dropped the lawsuit, presumably because he was too busy calling people racists on Twitter. Western Mass Turtle Girl has gotten me sued as well with her blogs about a woman from the South Coast who she named the Dartmouth Yoga Poon. What the fuck? I can't get into the details of that right now since it's ongoing. I can say that I don't know Western Mass Turtle Girl's real name and did not edit her blogs since she has full editorial control. When I get served with a lawsuit, I reserve the right to review the blog in question, see if there is evidence of libel, and remove it if there is. However, I didn't see anything libelous written in her blog, just some of her opinions along with documented facts to back them up. Thus, I did not remove the blog. I've also been taken to criminal court as well. In the summer of 2017, the Cluster Truck Food Festival paid my company to do a promotional blog advertising their upcoming event in Lancaster. It's a type of advertising we do a lot for people looking to promote events. This did not sit well with Russell Williston, a member of Lancaster Planning Board. Russell was a frequent Turtle Boy boycotter and wrote this email to the food truck festival people. I've only recently become aware of the event you'd like to hold in Lancaster next month, with which sounds interesting. I am writing because I was contacted by someone who was concerned that your event is advertising on a local racism hate blog called Turtle Boy Sports. I tried to confirm this myself and did not see that you've linked to that blog from a Facebook page, and I saw that Turtle Boy blog wrote an article about your event. Is it correct that your event is a sponsor of the Turtle Boy blog? If so, I'd like to know more about why you picked the demographic in particular and how it ties into your event. I'd like to apologize in advance if this is a misunderstanding. The absurdity of this email blew my mind. Two consenting adults running businesses had agreed to run an advertisement that was beneficial to both parties. But because this one particular man didn't like the blog, he felt like he could demand an explanation from a private business owner about why they made a business decision. To make things worse, he served on governmental town board and was using his influence to bully a business because of where they chose to allocate their advertising budget. Turtle Boy responded by publishing a blog calling out Russell Wilson for his actions, which he no doubt hoped would remain private. I commend the cluster truck people for putting this guy on blast. These people represent a threat to our democracy, and they don't deserve privacy when attacking the livelihoods of others. Oh my God. This is hypocrisy at its finest, man. This is amazing. Oh my God. I didn't realize how stupid this was. The blog not only exposed him, but listed his place of employment. You guys see who the fuck he is? The blog not only exposed him, but listed his place of employment. Since he enjoyed interfering with the livelihoods of others, the blog did not call for people to contact his employer. It actually urged people not to do that. However, we can't stop people from using their own free and his work. He didn't say their own free. Who edited this shit? Their own free speech, and his work was bombarded with phone calls. For that reason, he went to the Lancaster police and attempted to file criminal harassment charges against me. They, of course, refused because no crime had been committed. Russell Williston was determined to take me down, though. So he filed his own criminal charges in Clinton District Court, which I didn't even know you could do. Luckily, Tony Salerno caught wind of it and said he'd help me out since he was going to be representing a client in Clinton that same day. I got to see Tony at work, and he was remarkable how good he is at his job. An arbiter who did not even know what a blog was had Russ, Tony, and I in a private room. The arbiter, we might as well have been speaking in Chinese. Tony asked Russell if he could prove I wrote the blogs, which he could not. He explained to the arbiter how Turtle Boy works and how it's a forum where anyone can post. Russell, who was your own prototypical Comic Con nerd, was overmatched and went down in defeat. Of course, the most infamous person to sue us is former ally and advertiser Michael T. Gaffney. As we've covered earlier, Gaffney and Turtle Boy were like peas and carrots over the first few years of this blog's existence. He was a real voice for the people and a supporter of the blog. He consistently fought for lower taxes and had the balls to take on the well-established, long-entrenched McGovern crime family. Gaffney also helped legitimize the blog. By sharing it on his social media accounts, he opened himself up to a world of criticism. Since he was an elected official and an attorney, but he seemed to embrace and thrive off of it and enjoy the backlash he received for it. By citing Turtle Boy blogs in his review of City Mayor Ed, he caught flack for some of the more tasteful language that our bloggers used. The mere fact that we were used as a source by an elected official who was second in line to be mayor of the second largest city in New England made it impossible for mainstream media to pretend Turtle Boy wasn't influential. Dude. Gaffney's like, dude, sit and spin. Watch me now. Our relationship was mutually beneficial, but he got the better end of the deal. Gaffney himself has admitted, there is no Michael Gaffney without Turtle Boy, in quotes. He credited us with being a large factor in his jump from 6th to 2nd in city council election of 2017, where he gained over 3,000 votes. Gaffney was right. So just like there is no Karen Reed without Turtle Boy. The blog where he gained over 3,000 votes. Gaffney was right. The blog mobilized people who had never voted before to show up for him on election day. Or maybe the Obama people did that, but this never would have happened without Turtle Boy. No, he's definitely a criminal. This never would have happened without Turtle Boy. Gaffney used the blog as a weapon. Listen to this. He's talking about his blog as being a weapon. I fucking shit. He's telling people to go buy this. Gaffney used the blog as a weapon against his political enemies. Karen Reed used the blog as a weapon against her. Alan Jackson used the blog as a weapon. This is what's going to be coming out, man. This is a foreshadow of what the fuck he is going to write about. Just giving people, listen, I'm like years in front of the curve. I'm letting you guys know what's coming. Gaffney used the blog as a weapon against his political enemies, particularly Rivera, Petty, and anyone associated with Polito. Has coined the McGovern crime family. Gaffney often shared and quoted articles that were inflammatory and critical of them, and in turn, his popularity soared while theirs decreased. It was more than just that, though. Gaffney fed Turtle Boy bloggers all sorts of information and urged us to use it against them. He wasn't just a politician sharing content that he liked. He actively participated in the production and distribution of the content. Some examples of stories he sent to Turtle Boy bloggers. Voicemails from critics left on his answering machine, which he sent to Turtle Boy, likely knowing we would use to humiliate those people. Emails he received from critics like Reverend Aaron Payson, which he knew Turtle Boy would use to call them out. Private text messages from then school committee candidate Campererdo for the sole purpose of hurting Dante's campaign and discrediting his allegiance to the Democratic Party. A list of people who were either gun owners or subscribed to magazines about gun literature for the purpose of showing that many Democrats secretly enjoyed guns. Information about Vanessa Mercade's killer's voting status, suggesting he voted more than once. Press releases for announcements that he considered newsworthy. Gaffney was in constant communication with Turtle Boy because he knew we were going to say good things about him. He and his wife, Corinne, were both part of the informal Facebook chat group we called New Turtle Group, where we discussed relevant city issues and oftentimes shared information that was used in blogs. Conversely, Gaffney was cold and standoffish to the magazine and to the Telegram and Gazette, often refusing to give them quotes. He seemingly took offense to even the slightest criticism of him and often felt the need to contact Turtle Boy to complain about it. Turtle Boy bloggers did his bidding for him because his enemies were the same as Turtle Boy's. Ultimately, Gaffney got more out of the relationship than we did. His law firm and political career benefited because of his perceived association with the blog. No. Turtle Boy helped establish his role as the maverick who took on the establishment and coined the term the people's counselor. which he wore as a badge of honor. Turtle Boy urged people to vote for him for Best City Councilor and Best Attorney in the magazine awards, both of which he ended up winning. The emails he sends to this day still end with him mentioning both of these awards, even though he no longer lives in the city. Worcester. I live in Worcester. I have personally met Gaffney a number of times, and although I always liked his politics, he struck me as very weird. If you look at pictures of him on social media with other people, he never puts his arms around them and appears to be socially awkward. When you shake his hand, he doesn't look you in the eye. He has a lot of antisocial tendencies that make you think that something isn't right with this guy. Gaffney's behavior became concerning shortly after being reelected in November of 2015. His theatrics on the floor of the city council became obnoxious. He accused so many of his adversaries of being corrupt that it became as meaningless as when social justice warriors call people racists. He made his wife take pictures of him doing squats and bench presses in the basement, which came across as narcissistic and pathetic. Fucking A, dude. This is wild. Dude. Meanwhile, Turtle Boy is making you guys watch his jack off videos. I mean, just this is just nuts to me. This is what it's like living in Massachusetts. He made as if that would impress anyone. He had become a sideshow, and it was no longer about the people of Worcester. It was about Michael Gaffney. Then came the Cheers videos in 2016. For whatever reason, he and his wife decided to start a YouTube show in which Gaffney stood behind a bar eating cheese, drinking wine, and attacking his political opponents in the most sarcastic and insufferable way ever. He's not a funny person. His voice is annoying. I think Turtle Boy's voice is annoying. And the way he speaks makes his opponents hate him even more. This is nuts. He's telling on himself. It's coming, what he's going to plan on doing to this Karen Reed shit. He's much more effective in print because he can actually write well. The videos were like a failed attempt to be Ben Shapiro. I watched one or two and just could not take them anymore. I also got a lot of emails and messages from my family and friends complaining about the videos. Whatever charm Gaffney had in 2015 was quickly evaporating. I told him personally many times to X those videos and offered to run his social media for him since he was such a loose cannon. We need another shot. This is insufferable right here. All right. Well, Gaffney was so sensitive to criticism from the mainstream media that he ran to Turtle Boy in order to use the blog as a weapon against those who dare to say unflattering things about him. It was either that or rant on his own page. But Gaffney knew that without Turtle Boy, he was nothing. Without me, Karen Reed, you are nothing. Same shit. Same fucking goddamn ingredients. The shitstorm that's coming is not going to be good. We should have seen this as a sign of what would happen if we ever dared write something negative about him. Damn. Gaffney sent Turtle Boy a draft of a blog he himself had written. It contained information from a friend of his named Brittany. I mean, he's just outing people who alleged that Walter had sexually harassed her a number of times. Brittany was doing some work for the city and likely was flirting with a man who was old enough to be her father. The text messages between her and Bird were troubling and unprofessional, but the full context was not provided. Bird came across as the creepy middle-aged man that he is, who awkwardly asked her if they could get our freak on. Nevertheless, Turtle Boy printed the blog Mike had written and his request because it was concerning that a man in the media would proposition a city employee and two other candidates for state office. Without context, the text messages were still inappropriate. Gaffney had this dirt on Walter Bird for months and could have given us the information before that, but he waited until the white nationalist allegation to do so. He claimed that the first alleger gave him the green light after seeing Mike badmouth. What the fuck? Nobody disrespects Mike Gaffney and gets away with it. Whatever his motivations were at the time were irrelevant to us. We just wanted the story because it was juicy. You see what I'm saying? Juicy. He's fucking sick. Yes, he sees his blog as a weapon. Exactly. And this is going to come out in motherfucking his trial. He knows that people can weaponize it. And that's exactly what Karen Reed and her attorneys did. It's going to be bad. It's going to be awfully bad. But why listen to me? I don't know what I'm talking about. If you guys want to hear more, come back. See you on the next one. Oh, I'm sure you guys want to know what happened, right? Come back. See you soon.